All right. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 7:58 p.m. and today's date is the 15th of March, 2025. How are you doing? This is the worst time of the year in my opinion. Spring. I don't like spring because of the pollen. My allergies starts with the whole situation is like it's so bad. But thank you for tuning in. How are you doing? How is your weekend going? How was your week? Did you have a productive week? And yes, we are back. Shout out to Edwin. It says, yo, brother. Shout out to Edwin Lopez, man. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Of course, we have a new commander in chief, the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, President Trump. He delivers a remark at the Department of Justice. He used to call it the Department of Injustice, but today he's calling it the Department of Justice. Okay, so we're gonna listen to that. Pam Bundy has been talking about releasing an epic information about the Epstein files, MLK, all of them. But unfortunately, we haven't seen anything major. Okay, not yet. Shout out to 550, man. God bless you, Linda. God bless you. Um, okay. Without delay, we're going to go straight to the point. Let's listen to Pam Bundy and then the President of the United States.
Department of Justice. And I love our team. Todd Blanche, Emil Bovey, Kash Patel, soon to be Terry Cole, Gadi Saralta. Thank you all. We are going to fight to keep America safe again. President Trump has prioritized tackling our nation's fentanyl crisis, and he has taken decisive action to fight it. I want to thank our U.S. attorneys who are here today, our state attorneys general from all around the country. I see all my friends out there, my colleagues, who will work to prosecute violent criminals, get the drugs off our streets, get the gangs off our streets, and get the illegal aliens out of our country. And thank you to all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who are here today who keep us safe every day and night. Thank you to all of you. Today we have with us one of the most effective drug-seizing teams in the entire country. I said I wish I told them earlier, take them and put them in every major city in the country. Since January, they have saved millions of lives taking drugs and illegal weapons off the streets of Boston. And Todd, they asked us for more U.S. attorneys. I told them we're on it. Could you all please stand? This is Boston's DEA strike team. Thank you all. Thank you. We also have two angel moms here today. Anne lost her son. He was 15. He thought he was taking a Percocet at school, and it was laced with fentanyl. And he was beautiful. And I'm so sorry. But all of these people in this room, thanks to the directive of Donald Trump, are going to keep our streets safe and protect our kids. Thank you for being here. And Tammy's beautiful daughter, Kayla, was murdered violently by an illegal alien from El Salvador who should not have been in our country. And thanks to Donald Trump, they will all be deported very soon, thanks to his work, Homeland Security, and I say the unsung hero, Stephen Miller. On stage, we have This is 180 kilograms. It represents, not real, of fentanyl, okay? So this represents 1 kilo of fentanyl. In its pure form, this 1 kilo can kill 500,000 people. The 180 there, in pure form, could kill 90 million people. That is the population of California, Texas, and Florida. That's what we're dealing with in our country. That's why angel moms go around the country. That's why Donald Trump has taken such a hard stance against cartels, securing our borders, getting these gangs and drugs out of our country. But look at that. That can kill 3 states in its pure form. That should terrify everyone. I see our senators made it. Did our senators? Thank you. However, taking the drugs off the streets is only half the battle. President Trump has secured our borders and will continue to fight the cartels throughout this country, deport them all, or lock them up for the rest of their lives, thanks to our prosecutors around this country where they belong. Under the last administration, cartels, criminals, they freely walked in and out of our country with impunity. No longer. Under Donald Trump, they live in fear, and they better live in fear because we're coming after all of them. I am so proud to have a team with Emil and Todd and all of our great team. And we all work for the greatest president in the history of our country. We are so proud to work at the directive of Donald Trump. It is, he will never stop fighting for us, and we will never stop fighting for him and for our country. It is an honor to welcome to the Department of Justice the 45th and the 42nd President of the United States.
The legendary 45th, and now the 47th is here. Check this out.
There ever was one, and based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And you're the people that are doing it. Very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think, oh, you are so tough, they just don't know yet. Let me begin by congratulating the incredible people who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal attorney general in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him and Emil for a long time under tremendous pressure. I saw these guys under some of the most corrupt judges I've it's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought. They weren't afraid, and they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais. And thank you both very much. They're great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Yeah. Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Going to do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo. Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well. Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail. Good luck. Great job. Now, we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here. There's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck Grassley and House Majority Whip. Where's Chuck? Hi, Chuck. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Othermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. What a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller. Steve has been something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz. And these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others. But these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. What they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did, record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics, so I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts, 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we won it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really just a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Kash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one, I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam, I think, than that. That was not good. I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said that actually saved the administration because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things, and persecuted people, and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C., and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. Not going to let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Kash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size, and that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen, and that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody, and we're going to be very happy. And they want to have far fewer people, but we also want to have them in D.C., and if for no other reason, we like having law enforcement walking the streets of our capital, because when the bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement, and they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city. We're cleaning up this great capital, and we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime, and we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration, and if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads, and we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched by the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me. And having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016. And I was doing great, but friend came up and said, you know Bobby Knight? I said, no, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie. He said, not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, sir, I'd like to endorse you. I said, is this really Bobby Knight? He said, it's me. I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. He was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in, and he said, I'd love to endorse you. He said, if you ever run, please call me. So he said, you know Bobby Knight? I said, well, I don't know, but he called me a couple of years ago. It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, you know, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? That was a miracle also. How are you? Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you, my man. That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's it. That's very nice, thank you. But, so he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, you know, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000 to 3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea. And there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed a number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, you know. If you remember, he made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking, and he walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy, too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words? I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, say a few more words. A little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great. And it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place is more amazing. I think it's more consequential. And if we do the job, you know, one of the big media outlets said what we did was the most consequential election in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some. And that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, was never going to happen, with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened, because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail, those last 90 perfect, beautiful days. We just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job, Susie Wiles. Great job, Susie. A big magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world, but she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result, but we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And I want to tell you that Todd and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon, and I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial, but I did appoint her, federal judge, and these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow, she wasn't smart, she was totally biased, she loved Trump. I didn't know her, other than I saw her the couple of days that I was in court, and I thought her decorum was amazing. Anything bad they could say, though, they were saying about her, it was whatever they could say bad about a human being, all made up. Because actually she was brilliant, she moved quickly. She was the absolute model of what a judge should be. And she was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh, boy, it was terrible, actually. And the people would come up, his assistant coaches would come up to players. Coach, don't do that. Don't do it. He said, he's not going to change his tune, coach. He called it. He's not changing. I don't care. And he's screaming. That's when he threw the chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had a team. He always had a team. He never had that. Well, he had a couple of great players, obviously, some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times, but he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref, and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing. He said, no, he's not going to change now, but he's going to change for the next one. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to scare the hell. They wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her. But they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her in the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word, so just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit. And she correctly dismissed it. She correctly. Look at Emil, he's looking. That's interesting. But these two guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got 2 warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These 2 people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts gets treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes they get weak. I would say a majority, maybe, of the times. That's why I'm so impressed with Judge Cannon in Florida, how strong she was, how she held up. It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously, off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like. But everything I read is Norm Eisen of Crew. And Crew is a charitable organization. And that's a political thing. His sole life is to get Donald Trump. And he's been vicious and violent, and he's trying, and he probably had pretty good success over the years. But with me, how did he do? I think I'm president. Am I here because I'm president? But we had to take all of that abuse. Even during the trials, we had to take tremendous abuse. Like, you know, these wonderful guys, they're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum. And you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. These people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that I'm going to have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, you know, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think. Let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other. And everything we do, we're restoring law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it, and we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders, and we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it, and he, generally speaking, signed it with AutoPen. So how would he know? That AutoPen is a big deal. I don't know. You know, they're having, who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve, they come up and, sir, this is an executive order. They explain it to me, and, you know, 90% of the time I sign it. 99% of the time I say do it. But they come up and I sign it. But you don't use AutoPen. It's, number one, it's disrespectful to the office. Number two, maybe it's not even valid because, you know, who's getting him to sign? He had no idea what the hell he was doing. If he did, all of these bad things wouldn't be happening right now. But we're going to get you back into a great position, and we've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. Not a long time, but it's still a lot. It's like if you're a golfer, sinking a 3-foot putt on the first hole gives you confidence to sink something on the second hole. But if you miss that first putt, you don't like to have the putt on the second hole and the third hole. It could be a very bad experience. It's nice to get that first month, and now we have more than a month. Now we have a month and a half, and it's going really, really well. I can tell you as a little secret, although the cameras are blazing back there, so it's not that much. But I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. We're speaking with President Putin. We want to get the war over. Not only have we spent maybe $350 billion to Europe's, think of that, $350 billion to $100 billion, and yet we're across the ocean far away, so it shouldn't have been that way, but Biden let that happen too. And we're getting a deal where we're going to get that back, but much more importantly are the lives that we're talking about. On average, 2,000 young people are being killed every single day. Now, they're not from here. They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people. They're human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. And I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia. And it's not easy. It's a tough one. But I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions more people, millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia, and we've had some very good talks about it. We've had some very good responses. And I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president, and it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what he said. But if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, you know, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. A thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody. They were totally broke. And within a short period of time, as soon as Biden came in, he took out all the sanctions. In China and everybody else that wasn't buying oil from Iran was buying it at levels that they never spent before. And it was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out, I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? They had a lot of dogs, and they left the dogs behind. And what a shame, what a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it. But this could lead to World War III very easily. Could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape. A lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades. We had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? Because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone cold killers. These are killers they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough killer people, and they allow them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, a perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, an electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. So I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe. When I was young, I'd go to my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place under the Biden regime. Average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law breaking. And to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriff's deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. That's a lot of good-looking people. I will tell you, I feel safe. I'm glad you're in the room. I feel even safer. It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty. And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden. There were so many that were bad. And I know there were some that were probably very good, but there were so many that were so bad and so evil, so corrupt. Instead of having Marxist prosecutors who want to put police officers in handcuffs and go after a police officer rather than a criminal, I appointed patriotic, tough-on-crime warriors who will partner with police to put dangerous offenders behind bars, put them in jail. We're fully reviving 1033 program to provide state and local law enforcement with surplus military equipment, that we have so much of it. I did it in my last administration, and I remember Obama wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it before me, would not do it, because he thought it made them look too strong, too military. I said, no, that's what I want them to look like. I want them to look strong. And it was protective, defensive equipment. We had billions of dollars. I gave it out, and now I'm going to have a chance to give it out again. They didn't want to do it with Biden, and Biden didn't know why. I didn't, if they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christy have been incredible. Christy Noem, secretary, she's done great. And Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here, but wherever he may be, I think he's chasing people out of our country. If he was here, I'd almost be disappointed. What are you doing, Tom? But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. And open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want you to know that we are working every day to expel these savages from our country and ensure that what happened to your loved ones will never happen again. So their legacy is going to be a great one. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. On day one of my administration, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. In our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded, okay? Even lower than 4 years ago. For years, Democrats and the media kept saying that we needed new legislation. We had to have new legislation. We needed it immediately. And I never had legislation. I had the best border in the history of our country for almost 4 years. And by the time I got out, we had the lowest numbers ever. My favorite chart of all time was brought down that day. And on that chart said we had the lowest numbers ever. But it turned out that we really didn't need new legislation. All you needed was a new president. And I said that the other night. That's all you needed was a new president saying, close the borders, because the Border Patrol is unbelievable, ICE is unbelievable, and all of our law enforcement is just incredible. All of you guys are amazing, and the people of our country respect you and they love you, and a lot of times you don't hear that because you have to listen to the fake news back there, but they have great respect for you, so I just want you to know that. And you know, that includes our fire departments too. They don't get spoken about enough. You know, they go into some of the areas I read where they're shooting them off ladders. Can you believe it? They go up to put out a fire, Leo, and they go and they shoot them off a ladder. It's just unbelievable. These firemen and women are incredible. So I want to put them in the same category because they're just incredible. I also like that the fact they voted for me like at 94%. So I have to mention them. I have no choice, right? But the truth is they're phenomenal people. The law enforcement, fire, everybody, they're phenomenal. Basically first responders, because that's what they are. They're first responders. And we're ending the migrant occupation of America. And what we're doing now is we're liberating our cities and our suburbs and our towns. And you see a big difference. I'm getting calls all the time from even leaders of other countries saying, sir, the whole world feels liberated now. It feels like there's a light over America, but there's a light over the whole world. I hear that so much. It's so nice to hear, too. And I feel it. I mean, I feel it. I look at it. I see the polls. I don't know if the polls are right, but they're certainly very good. I'll take them right now. It's amazing, amazing what's taken place in such a short period of time, really 6 weeks, but it's longer than that. It's really November 5th. I think that hopefully will go down, if you do your job great, it'll go down as the most important day, one of them at least in the history of our country. You know, July 4th was pretty, 1776, it was pretty important too. But let's see if we can top it. Can we top it? I don't know. That's a tough one, but we're going to try. But it will be one of the most important days in the history of our country. So I think, and I think everybody in this room wants that to happen. Last month, we officially designated MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a big deal. Nobody wanted to do that in the past. And by the way, we've caught hundreds of them, the Venezuelan gang, which is as bad as it gets. And you'll be reading a lot of stories tomorrow about what we've done with them. And you'll be very impressed, and you'll feel a lot safer, too, because they are a vicious group. They went into Colorado. They took over areas of Colorado. They sort of were like me. They were in the real estate business, but they didn't go out and get financing. They just took over a building and kept it. And they said to the tenants, get the hell out of here. One man called the police, and they cut off his fingers. And they say, you call again, your other fingers, and you call a third time, and you're dead. These are tough people and bad people, and we're getting them out of our country. And some are so bad, we don't want to get them out. We have to put them in jail because we don't want to even take a chance that they can come back. Thanks to our efforts, Mexico recently handed over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders, including the depraved kingpin charged with the 1985 murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena. And that was a big deal, if you know. They've been looking for this person for years, many years, and we got him. This evil killer will be now prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we know that, well, it's, let's put it this way, I have to be nice. It's a very strong case. We're stopping the criminals pouring across our borders at record levels, and we're also stopping the massive quantities of deadly drugs. In 2023 alone, drug overdoses killed more Americans in 12 months than they did during the entire decade between 1980 and 1990, so 10 times more, but it's much higher than that. More Americans died from fentanyl last year than died in the Korean War, or the Iraq War, or the Afghanistan War, all of them combined. That's why I've placed large tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, and they will remain in place until these deadly poisons stop pouring into our country. And I will tell you, as soon as I put on the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, unbelievable results have been seen in the last few weeks. Unbelievable results. They weren't happy about it. You probably read they weren't happy, but they are working like hell to end it. They weren't working very hard before I did that. With us today is a brave mother and advocate, Ann Fundner, who lost her beautiful 15-year-old son, Weston, to fentanyl. And Ann, if you would, I'd like to ask you to come up and say a few words, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling.
Thank you.
You're going to be great. Let me put that down a little.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you. I think this is the biggest honor of my entire life, being on stage with President Trump. But I want to tell you a little bit about my son, Weston, who absolutely loved President Trump. He had a beautiful Trump 2020 flag hanging in his bedroom, and he had it on the beach one day, and we took a picture, and it became our 2020 Christmas card with the most perfect slogan for President Trump: peace on earth. What would happen in the next 4 years would be devastational to our country and our safety of our children. And in 2022, Weston lost his life, a freshman in high school at the age of 15, from a single pill that took his life. The cartels were allowed to operate on American soil and took hundreds of thousands of American lives. And so we knew there was only one person that could save us from the devastation on our American soil, and that was President Trump. And so in 2024, we did the best thing that we could do to keep America safe again, and we elected President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And he's done everything that he has promised. We have a 98% decrease in border crossings. And he has labeled the terrorist cartels terrorist organizations. And he has instilled tariffs because there is no price on human life. And so I feel like I can speak for the entire fentanyl fighting community when I say thank you to President Trump, and thank you to Pam Bondi and everyone out here who is fighting this fight. God bless you. God bless you, President Trump. And God bless America. Thanks.
He's up watching you. He's up there watching you. And he's so proud of Mom. Thank you, Ann, very much. Weston is, I just said to Ann, Weston is up in heaven watching his mom, and he's so proud of you. He's so proud of you. Thank you. We're also joined today by a number of other American families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and I'd love you to just stand up for a second, and we want to acknowledge you, and also your daughters, your sons. They're looking down on you, and they're loving you like crazy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This department will not rest until we have ended the fentanyl epidemic in America once and for all. In less than 2 months since I took office, the DEA and FBI have seized nearly 1 million deadly doses of fentanyl, and that's just the beginning. At my direction and working with Pam and everybody else, we've launched an all-out war on fentanyl traffickers, and it's a war that we're going to win. We're going to win this war. I spoke with the president of Mexico, very nice woman, very fine woman, and I said, let me ask you, you're sending a lot of drugs into our country. We're not liking it at all. Can't do that. But I said, is Mexico, does it have much of a drug? She said, no, we're not a consuming nation. I thought it was an interesting term. And I said, why? And which I've heard also, by the way, they're not a consuming nation. They distribute, but they don't consume. But I said, why are you not a consumer? Well, we're very close with family. I said, so we're very close with family, too. I mean, our families are being devastated, and we're just as close. Why else? She said, well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are. They're very rough ads. They show the skin falling off and the teeth falling out and going blind and losing hair and everything that these things do. You look like you just came out of a horrible concentration camp. And she said it was, they're rough ads. And it's not often that I feel I've learned something from a phone call, because I've had a lot of phone calls over my life. But I realized right then and there what a great idea that is. And we have hired Susie, a great person, who did a lot of our campaign work, and we've come up with an advertising campaign that's, I think, really incredible. More than anything else, it's terrible to watch. Terrible to watch. It's the only way it's going to work. And I would be, because we got the numbers down, 18% would have a blue ribbon committee headed by the First Lady of the United States, who everyone loves, and some of her friends. And, you know, they work so hard, but it's a tough deal. They're dealing with very smart and very vicious people. You know, some of those businesses, those cartels, are run better than any business in America. They say they're run incredibly, not just here, they all over the world. They're run like a major business, but in many cases better. And I said, we got it 18% down. Well, 18% is incredible. It's like a record, but when you think of it, it's not very much. And the way you get it down, if you want to get it down to close to 100%, is with the death penalty. But I think maybe America is not ready for that. China has the death penalty. Singapore has the death penalty. Various places have the death penalty. Wherever you have the death penalty, you don't have drugs. But I just don't know if this country is ready for it. So I tell people, and it's always an option, but I don't know. I just don't know if you're ready for it, and that's okay. It's nothing you can do. But what we're going to do is we're doing this campaign, and I think we can get it down 50% with this campaign, because when people see all the horrible things that these drugs do to you, we're especially focused on fentanyl. When they see all of the horrible things that happen when you take drugs, how you look, you lose your look. Everyone's vain. They don't want to lose their look. The look is so important. And I think when they see these things, they may say, you know what, I'm going to take a pass. But there is big danger. Pam and I were talking about it before. A lot of people are taking fentanyl and not even knowing. They think they're doing something else, or maybe taking another drug, but at a much lower level. And they die. You can put on the pin, think of this, the head of a pin, fentanyl, and it's too much, and it will kill the strongest person in the room. And it's amazing. But we're going to do this campaign. It's going to be launched fairly soon, Susie. And I think it's going to have a big impact. I think if we got it down by another 30, 35 points, and I really believe we can. I think that's an incredible idea. So I thank the president of Mexico, actually. It was a call on tariffs, and we talked about drugs. And she gave me an idea that I think will be very successful, and based on what I saw, it's going to be amazing. Under our leadership, this department is once again laser focused on protecting the American people. We're defending our borders, our streets, our children, and our good, really God-given, this is God-given rights and liberties once and for all. We're going to defend our country, and we're going to defend our rights. Etched onto the walls of this building are the words English philosopher John Locke said, "Where law ends, tyranny begins. And I see that, and I saw it over the last 4 years when somebody was allowed to attack viciously with this department and the FBI. His political opponent, how did that work out? Didn't work out too well, but it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't pleasant. I was attacked by a political opponent, and probably it helped that I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country. Alphonse Capone, the great Alphonse Capone, legendary, Scarface, was attacked only a tiny fraction of what Trump was attacked. And maybe it worked out well, I don't know. If I had to give it up, I probably wouldn't, but only because I've gone through it. But I wonder what the difference would be. Maybe they helped get me elected by those margins, the big mandate that we received. But you can't go after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And hopefully they won't see anything like it. But now, with the return of law and order, the entire world is witnessing the triumph of American justice and American freedom. That's why we're here today, gathered with people that have love for our country. In the coming years, we will revive the storied legacy of this department, and it's happening right now. You can feel it. And rekindle the spirit of the great lawmen and legal lions of the past, Americans like Wyatt Earp, Eliot Ness, Frank Hammer, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani had to suffer greatly, greatly. The greatest mayor in the history of our country had to suffer greatly. Ed Meese, Antonin Scalia, Robert Jackson, and Robert F. Kennedy. We will rebuild pride in our institutions. We will restore the prestige of this great department, and we will bring back faith in our justice system for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I want to just tell you that this has been a great honor. I was asked to do it, and I said, is it appropriate that I do it? And then I realized it's not only appropriate, I think it's really important. And I may never do it again. I may never have another chance to do it again, because this is something that I'm leaving to the greatest people I know, the best people, the smartest people, the toughest people I know. And they're going to do an incredible job. And it's an honor for me to have won this election so that I can appoint these people to do their job, and they're going to do it like you have never seen. So I just want to wish all of you good luck. It's going to be an interesting journey. Not going to be easy, but you're going to win. You're going to win, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And it's going to end up being a tremendous result for this country. So thank you all very much. God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. And a shout out to the Commander-in-Chief, the legendary, the OG, the 45th, and now the 47th. President Trump. Okay. A lot is going on. How are you guys doing? This is going to be the greatest 4 years in modern history. For sure. Religion is back, okay? Christianity is back. In the homes. What we got?
Republicans are taking a victory lap after Senate Democrats caved Friday on their spending standoff and voted to avert a government shutdown.
Yeah, this driving the left even further apart, with some even calling on Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to primary Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Matt Finn joins us live from West Palm Beach with more. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning to you guys. So we avoided that government shutdown yesterday. So then President Trump carries on with his plans to spend the weekend here at Mar-a-Lago, arriving in Florida with Elon Musk around 8 p.m. last night. President Trump and Republicans are showing unity with their budget victory, but it highlighted a wedge between Democrats. Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries slammed the bill as partisan. That's to be expected. But then Jeffries refused to answer a reporter's direct question about whether he's lost faith in Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who was among 9 other Democrats who voted to approve the Republican stopgap bill that would fund the government until September.
Our caucus members have 2 bad choices. Different senators will come down on different sides of the question, but that does not mean that any Senate Democrat supports a shutdown. Whatever the outcome, our caucus will be united in our determination to continue the long-term fight to stop Donald Trump's dangerous war on our democracy and on America's working families.
So Schumer and 9 other Democrats voted to block filibuster and advance the Republican spending bill, a move that President Trump praised, saying he appreciates Senator Schumer and thinks he did the right thing. So now Democrats are pushing their anti-Trump, anti-DOJ message outside of Washington, hosting a series of people's town halls across the country, from Arizona to Florida, including one here in Pinellas County today at 5 p.m. in the 13th Congressional District. And Kamala Harris's former VP pick, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, is hosting a town hall today with Nebraska's Democrats in Omaha. Now back live here in Florida. The White House Press Bowl is setting up at Trump International Golf Course, where we expect to possibly see the president golfing today. We'll keep you updated from Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach. Back to you guys in New York.
All right.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Sure.
Hey, you guys, before we get to the infighting on the Democrats, can we just get a little shot of cuteness? Because Donald Trump, before he left to West Palm, brought little X with him. Do we have that video? Because I just thought it was so adorable. They're pulling it up right now because it's adorable, and everyone's talking about it. It's kind of blowing up on social media. Look at that.
There he is.
Look.
That's so great. He looks like a happy grandpa there. That's not even his grandkid, but
No, it's maybe an adopted grandkid.
yeah, exactly.
So
That's
is
so
that the child that's always on Elon's shoulders?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
what I thought. Yeah.
That's little X.
That kid is not
He
going to
did-
grow up in reality at all.
You say he did the X and then pointed to him. Yeah, that's who that is. That's
Yeah.
so
awesome,
great.
though.
But you know, it really is amazing to look
It's
at
a very kid-friendly White House. I'm just going to say, it's very
Yes.
kid-friendly.
Well, I mean, the vice president has young kids.
Yeah, and you see kids all the time in there.
And of course, that scene where in the Oval Office, completely scripted by Donald Trump, where he gathered all the children around him to sign the
the little girls?
Yep. The no men and women girls sports. It was such a wholesome, beautiful scene, and it's a reminder that that guy right there has an eye for theatrics, an eye
this is
for
so cute.
TV, an eye for the visual,
This is so cute,
and it's
bro.
why he connects so powerfully
Whoa.
with. That's all.
I can't, you guys. I can't.
man,
It's
it
just
just
too
takes him out
much
of
cuteness.
necessity.
It's just too much.
Joe Biden
you're
could
so
never.
you're so right about what you said with that image of the little girls around him, and just the message it sent to the world of like we're turning the page on all this craziness. But he also did it at the joint session of Congress. I think it was the most, frankly, to me, the most important line in that entire address, and it was a long one. He said to the children of America, God made you perfectly. You are perfect
Perfect the way God
exactly
made you.
the way God made you.
So beautiful.
What a beautiful message from the president. Now, let's get to the fighting.
Well, that issue you're talking about males and women's sports, that's an 80-20 issue, right?
Yeah.
But it's in America among people. But in Congress, apparently it's a 50-50 issue because Democrats seem to still want to support that. Or maybe they are starting to divide up, just not over that issue. Maybe they're starting to divide up over how much money they want to spend.
They are united in that, Joey.
Yeah.
They're not united on whether they're willing to shut the government down to do it, because usually the people who shut the government down have another political problem on their hands, right? Here's Hakeem Jeffries. He's dodging questions about Schumer, who is the one who helped pass this in the Senate.
For new leadership in the Senate?
Next question.
Have you lost confidence in him, the fact that you guys see this so differently?
Next question.
Mr. Leader, why were you afraid to say anything about Schumer when you were asked?
No. Do not characterize.
No, my question was, why were you afraid to say
Do
anything?
not characterize my remarks. I'm not afraid about anything.
But you went to another question.
Anything.
twice.
I said, I was very clear that we look forward to working with every single one of our Senate Democratic colleagues, every single one of them, to push back against the Trump administration.
So put your journalist hat on, Charlie. What do
Hey,
you make
Kim.
of that exchange?
You know, we've seen a lot of shutdowns, and every shutdown, it doesn't matter whose fault it really is, every shutdown gets blamed on Republicans.
Yeah.
And this is the first time in my memory where you have a potential government shutdown and Republicans managed to pin the blame, in this case where it belonged, on Chuck Schumer and Democrats. And they freaked out and they blinked. They had no good options, and they deserted the field. They couldn't even stand and fight for it.
It's very indicative of what that fight is. A good example, I've got Warnock and Ossoff in Georgia. They're very liberal, very progressive. That's what they are. But look at how they're voting right now. Because Georgia's turned very red. It's always been red, but that one little slip up there.
So how did Warnock vote on that one?
I don't know how. I think we were going to show who voted which way.
Let's
saw
do that.
I think we have it. If we don't, we'll talk about it in the next time we talk about this. But but I was talking about I can't remember.
Those
There
are
we
the
go.
ones.
So those are the ones who voted to break the filibuster. But
No, that's really interesting. So you've got neither of them are up on that, voted to break the filibuster on that, which is very significant because voting to break the filibuster is actually, that's a free vote. I mean, you as a Democrat,
you can go back and vote against.
Yeah, you can, exactly. Every one of these people are going to vote against it, but that you can just vote to break
the reconciliation.
You can vote to break the filibuster and then vote against the bill itself.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's really interesting because, as you point out, Georgia should not be represented by two left-wing Democrats.
No, in the same election.
Warnock's like a commie. Literally.
If you're a Georgian, you got a lot of problems with Warnock. The point here is, if you're
Warnock. Man, that man won. I remember when it was running. But anyway. No government shutdown. I want to show you guys this video right here. Of course, arrest has been going on campuses. Violent protesters. Listen to this.
A glimpse at the worst day of Noor Abdallah's life, captured on cell phone video. Abdallah is the wife of Mahmoud Khalil, the activist at Columbia University and a graduate who ICE agents arrested this week. He hasn't been charged with anything, at least not yet, but he is in the Trump administration custody and a target for helping organize anti-Israel protests. Now the ACLU is releasing this new video shot by Abdallah that shows the very moment that federal agents took her husband away.
What? You're going to be under arrest. So turn around.
Okay,
Stop
let's
resisting.
not.
Stop resisting.
Okay, he's not resisting. He's giving me his phone, okay? He's not, I understand, he's not resisting.
Then what should I do? I don't know.
Can we get a name, please, can we get your name? I understand the lawyer is asking for your name.
Over there. No, we don't give our name. He'll be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
Can you please specify what agency is taking him, please? Excuse me. They're not talking to me. I don't know.
The Trump administration is also making big demands of Columbia University, saying if they like their federal funding, they'll have to overhaul the department that oversees Middle East, South Asian, and African studies, in addition to major changes to student discipline and admissions rules. This is the case of Mahmoud Khalil is on the free speech front going to be very interesting to watch play out. But what Trump is doing when it comes to Columbia's curriculum is also something that we have never seen.
Yeah, this is what you do in a dictatorship, that you tell them what you can teach the people. This is frightening and disgusting. If this went through, this would completely ruin one of the great institutions in America, because who would want to go there after he destroys? And how precise? The Asian, you said, the African, and the Middle Eastern departments. How interesting that he is targeting those departments. Again, another attack on people of color. It's just constant with these people. It's all about white supremacy.
You know, we take it back to the beginning of the top of the show when we talked about the FBI and weaponization. Let's go back to the politics of all of this. Of when folks went to vote, this is not what they voted for, but They voted for cheaper prices, other things to get easier in their life, and there's one story after another. One story is not going to change this, but one story building off of another does start to have a narrative of what you're talking about. Folks are like, oh, maybe them Democrats was right about democracy. Just saying.
Guys, we must have missed what happened last summer, these protests on these universities. The violence, the disrespect. People were paying hard-earned money to go to these universities, and thugs shut it down. And what the Trump administration is saying is, like, it is a privilege to be in the United States. You have a visa. You're expected to behave a certain way. You can't be disruptive on universities.
Facts.
You can't
protest in America?
I said you can't be disruptive in universities when kids are trying to take students.
Yeah, but
People
why?
can
But
protest.
actually,
Parks.
You're talking about protest.
Brian,
You're not talking
you're
about.
disrupting
You're not
student
talking about the
life.
shutting
You're
down
absolute-
of teaching.
Brian,
You're shutting down schools.
But what does it have to do with teaching in the
Protesters did
university?
shut down schools.
Brian,
I
but
saw
what does that
this.
have to do with the
Did you see-
teaching?
There have been
did you see
protests
the-
at
Of course
Columbia
they did.
University.
Yeah, they shut
for-
down schools.
What
There
does
have
that
been
have to do with
protests
teaching
at
out of our
Columbia
history?
for decades, okay? Going all the way back to the 1960s.
And
This is
it's
a campus
broken.
that has a long history
it's
of
broken.
protests, anti-war
It's
protests.
broken, and what's
all
America's
kinds of
about.
protests.
Sorry to inform you of that.
But seriously, on this front, okay, you know, we've talked earlier this week about Mahmoud Khalid, but I do want to spend some time here on the curriculum of it all. Why is the government telling schools what they can and cannot teach?
Because clearly the Trump administration, the Department of Education, sees that what is being taught in universities is corrosive to the American culture.
Oh my
why
God, I
did they
can't believe you would say that with a straight face.
Why did they
Are
not
you
provide
kidding?
proof of that?
Are you
Why
kidding?
why did they not provide proof of that?
Yeah, all they have to do is just provide the videos from this last summer that took
Okay,
took place at university.
That's not proof of anything.
Okay, wait a minute.
I mean, there's a letter here, and it
vast
lists,
majority of the country is
it
going to agree with me than with you guys on this.
It makes contingent $400 million of federal funding to the university.
Taxpayer money. It's not just it's taxpayer money we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Taxpayer money on a whole host of things that are the domain of a private institution. I'm not understanding what
I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for Columbia.
It's not
They
about
did this
feeling
to
bad. I'm
themselves.
talking about the legality of it.
Disgusting.
I don't understand it.
Unbelievable.
First of all, I remember when conservatives used to not be okay with the government telling private institutions what they can and cannot teach.
They don't have to listen
And
to
so
that. They don't have to take the money.
I remember that. And so it's interesting
They
to me
don't
the
have to take taxpayer
hypocrisy
money.
here with this. It's okay now when it's your agenda. This is very scary. I don't agree with what happened on those campuses. I was very much on the other side. I thought what was going on was awful. But however, Columbia and a multitude of other universities that Donald Trump is threatening, they have a right to have their own curriculums. And for him to be like a mafioso boss saying, if you don't do what we want, we're going to withhold the money is crazy. They're withholding money from
Mafioso
PhD programs. They're
Biden
withholding money
administration
from
withheld money from schools
Oh my
during
goodness.
his tenure
Okay,
who were
they
teaching.
did not
didn't agree with
threaten
This is a
universities
normal.
over
You're on both
nonsense
sides
like
of the road to
this. I know,
dictatorship.
right?
That's
So
crazy.
whataboutism is insane.
Okay, here we
The
go.
Biden administration set up rules to universities that says if you don't honor the way we want you to do with transgender sports, we are withholding your money.
Transgender
By the way,
sports?
this
Oh my God, we're back
happens.
to this again?
Government holds
Yes, back to
money
that.
from universities all the time to push
Okay,
their
so
policies.
you're talking
guys.
about probably like a Title IX situation.
I'm
Is
talking
that what
about
you're
the
saying?
federal government, Biden
But
administration
in
withholding
this-
money
in this
from
particular
universities
case,
because they didn't achieve a
The Trump
policy goal that they wanted to do.
The Trump
That's what I'm
administration
saying.
is saying you must sanction an entire department in a university. You have to force people to not wear masks at the university.
People don't want to wear
You have to
masks.
do all kinds of other things. Punish students in a particular way. Otherwise, all of your funding as a research institution is being held hostage.
Yeah, so
to
this,
speak.
for me, this is too much of big government. I don't like the idea that any government, whether it's Republican or Democrat, telling a school what you can and cannot teach. But I think we should go back to the gentleman who was arrested. And notice, as we're talking about these protests around the country, we're not talking about any American citizen who was arrested or being detained. We're talking about somebody who is a guest in this country.
He's a permanent legal resident. That's not a guest.
He is a
He's
guest.
married to a citizen. That's not a guest.
He is a guest in this country, and
A
that's
guest
why
goes home. A permanent legal resident does not go home.
He's going home now. He is a guest.
going
This is
home
why
now.
the Secretary
Well,
of
you know,
State that there is a reason that Marco Rubio was
this
able
is
to
going to be
actually
very
do
this
that.
is going to be very
Yeah.
significant, actually, what you're pointing out here, because I think a lot of people have said that it was a mistake for the Trump administration to target a green card holder because
Absolutely. Where do you draw
the
the
legal
line?
protections for green card holders is not the same as a student visa, and maybe they didn't know that he had a green card because they didn't dig that deep into it. But that's going to be really significant. It is not the same to be a visa holder and a green card holder in this country. And the courts will decide what happens with
And
this
the
case.
taxpayer.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Well, that as well.
Okay, there goes CNN. Same thing they do every time. Oh, the sky is falling. No, it's not falling.
Furious, right?
I know,
Most
I
of
know.
the caucus is furious. I never before, my parents were Democrats. I've been a Democrat my entire life. Never before did I say, I should leave this party. Because if democracy is at risk and you had no idea what to do and you have no plan, and even now at this moment, you know nothing of what to do and you're capitulating to this is disgusting.
Are you thinking about leaving the Democratic Party? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, me personally, yes. I'm not an elected official, but I have always voted with the Democrats.
Over this issue?
Yeah, over the inability to figure out what to do in the face of fascism and the rise of Trump.
I hear you on that. The inability to have a plan is absolutely a problem, right? But I'm really questioning.
He said, the rise of Trump. The rise of Trump. He's been up for years, okay? Deal with it.
What is the plan after the shutdown happens? Because when a shutdown happens, people don't get paid. And this is not exactly an administration that wants to keep the government open. They actually want the thing to be shut down.
Yeah, but here's the thing. And I'm not a Democrat, never was. I was a lifelong Republican and quit the party over Donald Trump because he is someone who doesn't respect the Constitution and is trying to rule like a king. So, but look, I was part of the Tea Party movement. I watched what happened and how Republicans were a resistance opposition party when Democrats ran everything. And watching this happen now as someone who's an independent that's pro-democracy, that I guess you can say caucuses with the Democrats now, it is very frustrating. When you don't have a leader, there's no unification in a message. It hurts the.
Can you imagine Democrats? Trump has so destroyed every Democrat member that they don't even know what they're saying anymore. Everybody's just leaving the Democratic Party. It's like, what? Everybody wants to leave. Why? Trump has won so much that Democrats don't know what to do. They're trying to be, right now, they want to be Republicans so bad, but it's like, I hate to say I want to support Trump, so they bash Trump, but they want to leave the Democrat Party. To where? Where are you going? You want to come home to the Republican Party? Come home.
Grassroots and the troops that you need. Right. Could you imagine if, during World War II and you saw what was happening with the bombs over London, and then, it was just like, Churchill's just going to say, we're going to capitulate now because, what are we going to do about it? This is not the way you lead. What happens is that the Republicans who are in charge, they have to explain why workers aren't getting paid. They need to explain why they can't run the government. And the Democrats need to say, we were fighting for you. It's not they're in charge. And show that people are being fought for. I'm watching what's happening. And when you have a demoralized base, you're never going to lead an opposition. If you don't have the chutzpah, if you don't have the intestinal fortitude to lead, then get the hell out of the way, Chuck Schumer, and let the people who are willing to fight for their constituents lead the party. Because this is not the way to win.
Okay, she makes a compelling case that this is a leadership issue. Okay?
100%.
And I get that. Chuck.
Look, as the Democrat who gets Democrats elected at this table, with all due respect to all of my friends, there's a lot going on all at the same time. And stay with the old Mexican redneck, and I'll talk slowly for everybody, is that when you're not in charge of Jackass, you've got to do something. And to your point, there's a lot of people that feel like you feel about this party right now. And as you go through race after race after race, there was a whole bunch of people that voted for Donald Trump. Democrats first have to realize that and understand why they voted for Donald Trump. And then they should realize, what does it mean to actually fight? Democrats have been in charge for a long time. Some of the same people. I ain't got here to throw hate at nobody, but the anxiety is very real in America right now. And that's why Donald Trump was elected.
So do you think they should have stopped this thing and shut the government down? That is really the question.
Look, as the political consultant here,
it's not Dems shutting the government down.
That's what the Republicans would have said.
Let me
Democrats are
rephrase.
shutting it down. Let's just be clear. That's what
Rephrase, okay? The government would have shut down if there were not enough votes, if Democrats had not cast this vote. And that was a consequence of this.
Right.
Was that an appropriate consequence in order to do something, which is what the base
You saw two
system
things
had?
happen at the same time. You saw Schumer said, I'm going to take these bullets for everybody. It may cost me my leadership position.
It should cost him his leadership position.
Democrats feel just like this right here. Throughout the country, we need them to show up in a midterm election. So
I'm not a Democrat, though. I'm an independent.
That's fine. I'm talking about winning elections.
I know.
Yes.
And in order to win elections in 2026, if we actually have them, you have to have people that are motivated to vote for people who will fight for them.
Sorry. It's over. It's absolutely over. Just wait until everybody gets the $5,000 check from Doge. Oh my God. And then gas is down. The price of egg is down. Everything is down, ladies and gentlemen. So it's like, it's just over 50 days. It's not even 100 days yet. Okay. We're still counting to 100 days. This man is just here. It's been here for like 55 days. What? Salute to the OG. OG Trump. All right. Stephen A. Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, he's a Republican too at this point.
All right, it is no secret the Democratic Party is struggling. The latest survey from Navigator Research, which says its mission is to, quote, develop winning progressive messages. It found a whopping 70% of voters in swing congressional districts believe the Democrats are too focused on political correctness. 51% believe that they are the elitist party. I've been saying this forever. Republican Party has become the party of working men and women. They are the coastal elites, the party of coastal elites. And of course, they could call in some outside help, someone like our friend Stephen A. Smith, to take a look at, let's take a look at what he had to say on The View, that hard-hitting news show, the ladies of The View, last week. Take a look.
Because in the end, if you think about him being impeached twice, 34 felony counts or 34 felony convictions, and they still elected him president, it's not about him winning. It was an indictment against the Democratic Party and what the Democratic Party was offering to American citizens. We might sit up there and talk about, hey, you should be a party for the working class, which the Democratic Party was once known for. They're not known for that right now. Why? Because their message was catering towards others and towards other issues. And they forgot about the people that brought them there, that elevated the Democratic Party to what it was over these last few decades. That's why they lost. He didn't win.
Well,
the Democrats lost.
Yeah, they wouldn't even stand or clap for no tax on tips, Social Security, or overtime. That's for working men and women. Here with more, he's the star of ESPN's First Take, Stephen. Okay. That background is your background. You can't help yourself. You are loving this attention. Oh, is Stephen A. running for president? I'm not going to fuel the fire by putting the White House behind me on a television hit.
Sean Hannity, all I have to say is this. God bless you. And God bless.
God bless
the
you,
United States
too.
of
God
America.
bless America.
Okay, Obama.
Absolutely.
Right.
What's up, man?
I appreciate
What's up?
You're not running for president. I don't care what you make too much money. You're not doing it. I don't believe it.
That's true.
You've said you're not going to run, but you gave me a political answer. All right, let me ask you this. So you're never going to convince the ladies of The View. You're never going to convince this party to stop. They had a chance to stand up for women's sports last week. They didn't do it. They have a chance to stand against for the safety of Americans over the rights of illegals. They're not going to do it. They're going to shut down the government or threatening to shut it down this week. That's your party, Stephen A. It's been radicalized.
Well,
and why you remain a part of it, I don't know.
Well, first of all, I don't consider myself a part of the Democratic Party. I'm very ashamed of what I've seen from them over the last several years, and I've stated that in front of your face and that of many others on many occasions. I thought that the behavior of some of, not all, but some of the Democrats during Trump's speech to both houses last week was disgraceful. I thought that Representative Green...
Wait a minute. So hold on a second. Let me challenge you. Some? Yes. Who stood for the First Lady? Who stood for Laken Riley's mother? Who stood for
I
Jocelyn Nungaran?
No, I'm sorry. I was just talking about Representative Green getting put out and then censored. I was talking about them not standing for Lincoln Riley. I was talking about them not standing for the young boy that was a cancer patient. I mean, my God, it's just absolutely pathetic. But I didn't see several of the representatives, for example, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He would sit there and what have you and conduct himself professionally. Unfortunately, we didn't.
He never stood for any of that.
I don't know who the hell can. That's fair. That's fair. But I don't know who the hell came up with the dancing videos. I don't know who the hell came up with, 22 representatives at the same time saying the same message. Nothing innovative, nothing authentic whatsoever. It was just the same old, same old. It was an absolute disgrace. I don't know who came up with that. Then you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, all of this was like unnecessary.
Things that we were seeing from them, and in the end, it just shows how detached they are. But here's why there is hope, Sean Hannity, and I'm going to tell you why there's hope. Because you got people like me, and I don't think that I'm alone, that's ready to purge the damn party. What we've been seeing from them, it doesn't resonate. It's not working any longer. We're not falling for the okie doke. We're not buying what they're selling. And at the end of the day, they've got to stand up, step up, and show that they're ready to do the job that folks sent them to the nation's capital to do. And that's work with whatever administration is in office. I know they don't like the fact that Donald Trump is in office, but the 47th president of the United States of America, his name is Donald Trump. And as you have told me on many occasions, if nothing else, the man is all about making deals. Find deals that he's willing to make and make it happen.
Do you want to admit that I was right? Was I right about Zelensky? And I'm going to be right about these trade deals. He's going to be successful there too.
Well, first of all, I didn't say you were wrong. And see, this is how you misquote me and misrepresent me to your audience right there. All the conservatives out there who actually love me. I don't know if you noticed, but they got love for me.
They don't love you.
You don't pay attention. You're not telling the truth about what happened. I thought he was going to end up being right about Zelensky because Zelensky had Trump was right. He didn't have the cards. As I had said on the Stephen A. Smith show, you don't have any cachet. I just didn't like the way he acts. See, what you do is you know the end result because you communicate with him all the time. You got inside information. The problem is the American public out there doesn't know what you know. We have to lean on his behavior, the things that he says, and it scares the living hell out of people. And you laugh about this. You have a good time because you know that at the end of the day, you're going to be right. You actually sit back and wait for these people to say these things on these other networks.
You have no idea. I talk to you. You only know what I talk to you. But look, this is now
just know how connected you are. I know how connected you are.
The Democrats are going to, show up with the little bingo paddles. They won't stand for mothers that lost their children or a 12-year-old young man that.
Yeah. I don't know how the Democrat Party can win any election in 2026, the midterm, and in 2028 for the presidency. It's going to be hard. Probably may not be winning any election soon. It's like going to be hard because Trump is going to change the entire situation. Okay. I'm so glad I voted for Trump, bro. What is going on? All right, here we go. Okay.
Earful tonight by way of yelling, boos, and rebukes at his event in Asheville, North Carolina. Much of the crowd protested Elon Musk and his pink slips.
Of course, they protested Elon Musk.
Why are people losing their jobs at record numbers?
You're lying. I'm a veteran. You don't give a f*** about me.
Unhinged liberal mobs. We've been dealing with this since Donald Trump won in
Scott, these aren't liberal mobs. These are not liberal mobs.
Yeah, but believe me,
These are veterans.
I watched a little bit. I looked at the questions. Why is he shredding the Constitution? Putin this, Putin that. One guy had to be escorted out. He was so unhinged.
That was that
These
guy.
are not. This is an unrepresentative,
that guy,
unhinged.
the veteran.
Scott, if they,
It's a mob.
Scott,
It's a literal mob.
This is what
It's a
you're
mob.
saying about veterans. If Republicans weren't so worried, then why didn't you have the Republican Party go out and say, stop doing town halls,
It's a
stop talking to real people?
It's a stupid idea.
Because they don't want to talk to people.
voters
They don't
is
want to talk to voters.
because-
this is why you guys are polling so poorly.
We're not. Wait a minute. We're
Yes.
polling. Can we just revisit the Democrat congressional approval rating?
Congress is polling poorly. Donald Trump is also polling poorly.
He's twice as much as Democrats in Congress.
40%
Twice
of the
as
American
much.
people, according to a CNN poll, says that 40% say that they care about him. And then you have a veteran out there saying, I'm a veteran and you don't give an F about me. That is in line with how people feel about Donald Trump. And
Totally
if you want to
false.
go off,
Totally
and
false.
if you want to say that it's
If
liberal
you want to tell yourself a story about these paid
if you want to
mobs,
say
go
that it
ahead.
is liberal elitists going and they're being paid,
my
then
guest.
you guys are going to lose the midterms. And you know what? Wonderful.
So you're telling me everybody that's showing up to these town halls to boo these Republicans on these crazy policies that they're supporting right now, these are all paid? We're going back to paid? We're playing the hits from 2020.
It's unrepresentative of that congressional district where this guy got like 56% of the vote.
So expect from that crowd to make his case for what he is doing and what he's supporting. I mean, you've gone through
as
these
the one
policies.
guy that's actually done this, okay? Let me just say, as a congressman, you hate doing town halls. I mean, that's just a reality. Now, why did I hate doing town halls? I did a bunch, but truly because you're facing people that are upset with you, and that's okay. People have a right to be upset with you. And by the way, if the Republicans are happy with their congressman, they have every right to show up and compliment him. The questions that Scott went over, they asked these. I've been asked the same things from Tea Party meetings too, by the way. Why are you shredding the Constitution? Why is Obama shredding the Constitution? The reality is this is scaring Republicans, and it should, because this mimics what happened in 2010 when you saw the Tea Party rise up. And that started in August. I mean, maybe you're right.
Just for the record,
I think
no one here knows.
Hey, you keep stomping on
that
me.
in the
Let
sense
me
that
finish.
the Tea Party engineered, they pioneered this.
Yeah.
And Democrats were saying at the time that they were paid, but there was anger there, real anger that manifested into something very real, which is probably the reason that y'all are all sitting here today.
I'm not arguing they're not angry. I'm just telling you mobs like this are not representative of overall congressional
Are you really
districts.
calling them mobs?
Did you see the video?
No.
It was like a mob to me.
Okay,
Mobs to
all
me.
right. Are you going to call them mobs for doing their democratic duty and showing up in a town
if
hall
you have to get thrown
and
out of
yelling
something,
at their
you're a mob.
elected official?
If
They
you
can
get
yell
thrown
how
out,
dare
That
you.
dudes have emotions and care. How dare these voters have emotions?
I don't care if they have emotions, but no one here at this table can tell me what the voter registration breakdown in that room was. And I'm telling you, it's not representative of the district.
But it's also counterproductive.
People can show up if they want to show up.
I agree.
Up. Why didn't the Republicans
I've
show up?
heard from plenty of elected officials who say acting like that is counterproductive. In that moment, you're just, as the congressman or woman who's up there, you're just trying to diffuse the situation so it doesn't escalate and get out of control, not necessarily trying to listen to the arguments that are being made. But I do want to say, I want to give kudos to the congressman for doing this. I want to make sure that's not lost. He didn't have to do this.
And
he
he didn't
stood there
run.
for 80 minutes,
Didn't run.
That's
and
true.
he took it every minute of it.
He did. Exactly. I think it is true that he stood there, he took the questions, he took the booth.
The pressure on these town halls is going to grow. And I would say if your congressman isn't doing a town hall, I demand one. Because can they get out of control? Sure. You can have your friends show up too. And the reality is we are so insulated in Congress from the passions and the questions of our citizens.
What does a fair and equal town hall look like then, where there's a fair exchange of opinions and information from elected officials to
Actually,
their constituents?
I have an answer for that. There is a better way to do this.
Not
there
telephone.
Absolutely, it's better.
No,
because
dude. You
because
can
put-
control a telephone. You control
Well, let me
it
finish and I'll
totally.
explain why. Because that room could hold 375 people, blue and non-mob. A teletown hall meeting, you could put thousands upon thousands of people on a telephone, more access, more questions,
Isn't that more
That is
representatives.
exactly the argument I made when I didn't want to do town halls either. I literally said, I'm
Well, I
doing
can't help if you
teletown
suck at
halls.
talking on the phone, Adam, as a
You
congressman.
can
but
screen the questions.
Shout out to Scott Jennings. He's been giving CNN some good ratings for sure. For sure. All right, Panama Canal. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen. The United States is doing it. Everything Trump has talked about He actually does it. It's like, how is this man a man of his words?
For you this morning, the Trump administration is asking Pentagon officials to provide, quote, credible military U.S. access to the Panama Canal, which by most accounts they already have. That is according to a memo sent to senior Pentagon officials and obtained by CNN. CNN's Zachary Cohen joins us now to share his new reporting. First of all, what else is this new memo? And to be clear, at this point, there's no indication that the U.S. is having trouble getting through the Panama Canal, right?
Yes, Sarah, that's right. This memo amounts really to a major overhaul of the Pentagon's priorities, and it's a shift that is really intended to align more closely the military's focus with Donald Trump's stated goals. And that includes something he's talked about publicly on various occasions, including recently, the need to reclaim access to the Panama Canal. And this memo really does spell out pretty clearly that he's ordering and formally directing the Pentagon and military leaders to draw up military options. It says, quote, immediately provide credible military options to ensure fair and unfettered U.S. military and commercial access to the Panama Canal. But as you mentioned, there is no indication that American ships, military or otherwise, are having difficulty getting through the Panama Canal. This is already causing confusion with the Panamanian government, which has said this topic has not even come up in their conversations with Trump officials. So obviously Trump directing the military to come up with options, but it remains to be seen how those options might be implemented, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, we remember this sort of attack by Donald Trump on the Panamanian government. We will see how this all plays out over time. Zachary Cohen, have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Donald Trump wants Canada, Greenland, and now he's directing the Pentagon to draw up military plans for the Panama Canal. The formal request uses the language of credible military options to ensure fair and
this is OG status. I don't care what anybody says, okay? This right here, to me, is considered OG status because this is how you attack. He's done so much. Its first 50 days. Oh, God, I hate spring. His first 50 days, he's going wild. Greenland, Panama Canal, Canada. So China is back there looking like, oh, shoot. Snap. We thought wait. Oh. What do you think? Like, this is strategy. This is the art of the deal, okay? This is empire, okay? China is an empire. America is an empire. Russia is an empire. So it's like, you have to assert dominance. It's like, it's not. This is real life, y'all. Trump is the OG. That's it.
unfettered American access to the canal. But since December, Trump has repeatedly insisted that the canal needs to be reclaimed by the U.S., something that Panama has flat out rejected. Now, this memo from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth marks a major shift in U.S. policy. Here we go again. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I guess we are going to invade Panama?
No.
Look, are we going to invade?
That's what it seems like.
Listen.
Trump keeps saying he wants to do these things, and then you keep telling me he doesn't want to do it.
This is very simple. The Southern Command asked for a range of options from closer coordination with Panamanian security forces all the way to what if we have to take it by force. It is good for the United States to be prepared, and the entire project is about what do we have to do to counter Chinese influence on the Panama Canal, which is a real thing, which everyone acknowledges. We do need to get it back under control. They are violating their treaty obligations. We cannot let China run roughshod over this canal.
Didn't a U.S. firm just basically bring the ports that Trump was concerned about back under U.S. control?
But we may need some military
presence
there.
It sounds like bluster.
No, but break it for a second, Scott, as quick as you can, just as a layman, what is China doing at the canal that the U.S. has such a big issue with?
They control the ins and outs, and they're also controlling the prices of the things going through there, not Panama, not us. They've had a massive amount of influence over the commerce that goes through that, and that is a vital artery to get ships back and forth, and it's in our hemisphere, and I don't think Donald Trump, nor should any American president, want China having that much control over that much commerce and trade.
Let me just elaborate on that. So the two major ports on either end of the Panama Canal have been controlled and run by a Hong Kong-based conglomerate since 1997.
Who the Panamanians allowed to come
run
in
it.
and take over.
And you know, most people may say, oh, well, Hong Kong, what does that have to do with China? They're autonomous. Well, in 2020, Beijing, the Chinese Communist Party, superseded the Hong Kong Assembly to take over national security and whatever they deemed to be national security. And Scott mentioned the Southern Command. The head of the Southern Command testified in front of the House Armed Services Committee and said that this is critical to Chinese interests. The Panama Canal is part of their long-term plan.
From a policy perspective, other than the threat of military force, what is Trump doing about it?
Well, I mean, to Scott's point, we have entire files of contingency plans
I'm saying
at the Pentagon.
other than the invasion of Panama, what is Trump doing about this?
Doing about countering Chinese influence?
In the Panama Canal specifically.
Yeah, we're saying out loud we are prepared to take any action necessary to make Panama live within the treaty obligations.
So in other
and
words,
kick China
you're
out.
saying
That's a
Trump
policy of
is
the United
making
States.
a threat that he has no intention of carrying out.
I don't know what he's going
But
to do.
there's no policy behind that. There's no, diplomacy behind it. There's no carrot behind it at all.
You want to give carrots to China for trying to have an incursion in our hemisphere?
To Panama, because China is giving carrots to Panama.
Well, they are having
Here's
negotiations.
the-
with
here's-
Panama. They are negotiating.
Here's the issue. Like, I agree with the end state of what needs to happen in the Panama Canal. We do need to make sure that China doesn't control the ins and outs there.
Exactly.
The difference is you don't do this by threatening an invasion. And this is where my issue is with, like, Greenland and Canada are totally separate things, of course. But with that is like pretending like you might invade, obviously leaking that you've created invasion plans. I don't see the point in that. Again, I actually agree with the end state of what we need to do in Panama. I don't think we should take back over the Panama Canal. But it's like you're threatening Panama, you're threatening Canada, LOL, we're going to make you the 51st state, Greenland.
Can I just play, because you brought up Greenland, I think it's worth a discussion too, because this literally happened in the Oval Office today. Trump sitting next to the NATO chief, and he says this about Greenland.
What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting them potentially to
Well, I think it'll happen. You know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful.
I mean, as people pointed out, the NATO chief didn't say anything. He was just kind of sitting there while Trump was basically, essentially threatening to illegally invade a territory of a NATO ally.
Yeah, Trump looks silly in all of this. I'm sorry. He is attempting to forcefully take away a friendly nation, and their territory. And I think that a question that I continue to ask in this presidency is, why does he continue to try to do this to our allies? This is whether it's Canada, whether it's Greece, the list goes on. And I just think that how it's very hard to take Trump seriously when he makes these jokes all of the time. And it's something
It
that
could be like a boy who cries wolf kind of situation where he continues to threaten the military in places where he has no intention of actually doing it. His word is being diluted by these empty threats.
What if we woke up in the morning and China had said, you know what, screw this, we're going to send some military over towards the Panama Canal, or we're going to say no to this idea that we shouldn't control the Panama Canal? Would you rather or rather not have the United States government prepared for any possible contingency with China?
Scott, I expect that the United States government is prepared for every contingency. They just
We
don't
are
talk
now.
about it.
We are now.
Yeah,
They just don't talk about it.
I don't think that scenario is planning for what if the Chinese military comes over, then what do we do? My guess is that scenario plans for how do we fight the Panamanian Defense Forces to take this. And again, it's like, here's the reason, by the way, that Donald Trump threatens our allies and not people that really deserve threats, is because he's small, he's scared, he's a coward. And you can threaten your friends because you know you're not going to start a war over it, and it makes you look really tough. If you tweet in all caps and then you threaten Panama, it makes you look like you're ready to go to war and tough. But he doesn't say much about Iran. He's pretty quiet on that. Certainly Russia. In China, he's been quiet on lately.
Well, we weren't
because there's
so,
reality with that.
We weren't so quiet on Iran when we killed the head of their
he's quiet on China.
That was 6 years ago. I'm talking about
I mean,
today.
he's pretty tough on Iran.
He's quiet on China because about a week ago, the Chinese embassy said, quote, if it's war the U.S. wants to be a tariff, trade, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end.
Isn't that a reason, by the way, to be prepared for the Chinese if they're going to rattle sabers?
I think the Chinese
If
were
they're willing to
posturing
say that, what
because
should we do?
If you're posturing violence first, then what do you expect China to then reply
We're not.
with?
We're not posturing violence. We're posturing. We want to push back on them with tariffs, and we want to push back on them economically. But this Panama Canal business has been an issue for years, and it festered under several administrations. He's saying no more. I mean,
Look, that's the bottom I don't line. think anybody is disputing the nature of the problem. I think the question is, what is the actual solution? Trump keeps talking about the one solution that everybody agrees, including you, that he has no intention of carrying out.
If our troops are down there over a shortcut for boats, that is not the type of war we need to be having.
I think MAGA voters would have something to say about that.
Man, this folks, no matter what Trump does, they could never be satisfied. They could never. They could never be satisfied. All the good is done. They won't talk about it. Talking about Panama Canal. So what? Not defend it. Man, take back the Panama Canal.
The Republican bill. What do you say to the counter argument of like a government shutdown hurts the country, hurts the people you represent? From Queens and the Bronx.
Absolutely, and that is why House Democrats have
Right,
laid out
AOC,
a
yeah,
plan, as well as several Senate Democrats laid out a plan to keep government open for another 30 days as Republicans negotiate a deal with Democrats in order to have an extended government funding bill.
But the House would have to come back into session, right? I mean,
But House Democrats are in town. I mean, we're afraid of working? Is that the problem here? That the idea that, God forbid, members of Congress have to fly back and do their jobs? I mean, genuinely, come on.
so Chuck Schumer, I guess the Senate Democratic leader, your senator, said at this meeting that he is going to vote for cloture. He is going to vote to allow there to be a simple majority vote. You think that's wrong?
I believe that's a tremendous mistake. Yes.
Why?
I think, well, first and foremost, the American people, if anyone has held a town hall or has seen what has been happening in town halls, American people, whether they are Republicans, independents, Democrats, are up in arms about Elon Musk and the actual gutting of federal agencies across the board. This continuing resolution codifies much of this chaos that Elon Musk is wreaking havoc on the federal government. It codifies many of those changes. It sacrifices and completely eliminates congressional authority in order to review these impulsive Trump tariffs that he's switching on and off. And on top of that, for folks who are concerned about effectiveness in government, this Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
You have expressed opposition to government shutdowns in the past. Here's your very first speech on the House floor.
It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want. It is not normal for public servants to run away and hide from the public that they serve. And it is certainly not normal to starve the people we serve for a proposal that is wildly unpopular among the American people.
Now, I get that you hate this continuing resolution. You don't think it's a good bill, but the alternative is likely a government shutdown.
Well, the alternative is to agree on a 30-day stopgap to keep government open as negotiated. The proposal is in front of the House. The proposal is on the Senate. Republicans had time to seek Democratic votes, and we can extend that time for them to seek that vote. Once again, we can come back, we can fly back, we can vote on this, we can get a stopgap measure, extend the amount of time to negotiate while we figure out a solution here for the American people. And I also agree, again, I maintain that position that government shutdowns, we can keep the government open with a 30-day clean CR. And on top of that, I also maintain the position that government officials and public servants should not be hiding from the public the way that Republicans are hiding and being instructed to not host town halls right now because of the outrage among the American public around their attempts to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare.
My understanding is that your other senator, another Democrat, Kirsten Gillibrand, also thinks that the Democrats should vote to go forward with the spending bill, unlike Senator Tim Kaine that we just heard from. And my guess is, I don't speak for either Schumer or Gillibrand, but my guess would be if they were here, they'd say, you're being naive. It's really just a choice between voting for a government shutdown or voting not for a government shutdown. People aren't going to come back. It just doesn't happen that way. Again, that's not me. I imagine that that's what they would say to you.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that Senate Democrats think that it is beyond wildest convention for us to come back, but House Democrats have done that before. The House has reconvened in emergency sessions before. I've certainly voted on the floor of Congress they've even called us back from August recess before. This idea that it is beyond the scope of imagination for us to come back from vacation is just not an acceptable answer for the American public.
I want to play something that President Trump said earlier today. Take a listen.
If it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats, and they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country.
Your colleagues, House Republicans, are already using the term Schumer shutdown, which has that nice alliterative style. Are you not worried at all about Democrats taking the heat for the shutdown?
We know, and the American people are not going to have the wool pulled over their eyes. Everybody knows that Donald Trump is president, that Republicans have the Senate, and Republicans have the House. They have the keys to the entire United States government. And if Republicans wanted to avert a shutdown, they can. They can. They can, if they need Democratic votes, then they can negotiate with Democrats to get those votes. It is simple. They have two options, to pass it with their votes or to pass it with Democratic votes. And we also see the data bearing this out. When you look at public polling from very reputable firms, we see that the American people understand that, and they know that the party in charge of government is the party that's in charge of keeping government open.
What do you think of the job Democratic leaders are doing, not just Senate Democratic leaders, but also Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, your fellow New Yorker, in terms of standing up to Trump?
Well, when we look at this vote around this government funding bill that we saw this week, Leader Hakeem Jeffries was able to keep the entire House Democratic caucus united and together.
Except for Jared Golden.
Right.
Except for
every
one.
single House Democrat, including every single House Democrat who won a Trump district, except for one out of over 200, voted against this deeply partisan, extreme Republican spending bill. Not just because they're Democrats, but because they know it's bad for the country. This bill is bad for the country. And so I think that in terms of Democratic leadership in the House, we've seen that result in the House. I think it's time that we see similar results in the Senate.
Would you, what do you think of the job that Chuck Schumer is doing? Would you ever challenge him, do you think?
I think that what we need right now is a united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I think that the strength that we have is in this moment. Reconciliation and all of these, Republicans do not need Democratic votes for that. They need it for this. And so the strength of our leadership in this moment is going to demonstrate the strength of our caucus. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless.
Well, you just talked about the strength of your leadership. Chuck Schumer just said that he's going to vote for cloture. Not only the Democrats can do it, but he's going to participate in it. Does that mean that you think he's a weak Senate leader?
I think that would be a mistake. But we have time between now and tomorrow, and I hope that individuals that are considering that reconsider it. I genuinely do. I don't think it's what New Yorkers want. I don't think it's what the country wants. This is genuinely not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about deep cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is about the evisceration of the federal government. This is about codifying the looting that is happening at the behest of Elon Musk in order to pay for his tax breaks for billionaires. And we have a responsibility to stand up for it. That is why people elected us, and that is our responsibility to them right now.
Those last words was Cap. All right. That was AOC. Now we have Kash Patel, the FBI director. Here's his speech at the Department of Justice. Here we go. I think Kash Patel has been doing a good job as well. A lot of people have complaints about Pam Bundy, though.
Welcome, everybody, to the Department of Justice. It's been some time since I've been in this room, and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice. And it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General in General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one group, one agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco-trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco-traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country. And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between? And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands. And we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in. And they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I've just told you about. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration. And we will, and this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat, we will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security. And we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartels foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your backs. Thank you.
Shout out to Kash Patel, a very skillful communicator for sure. A lot of people are saying he might go down as one of the greatest directors of the FBI. I don't know what you guys think about that. I know for a fact that Trump's cabinet is heavy. Look at someone like Marco Rubio. Articulate, a very skillful communicator as well. JD Vance as well. Look, it's been greatness all through. That's all I can say. Greatness all through. All right, so here is JD Vance talking about manufacturing under the Trump administration. Listen to this. The golden era, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Loeffler, Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration. I'm so thrilled to join so many hardworking Michiganders to talk about how President Trump is bringing American manufacturing back. That's right. I couldn't be more honored to do so alongside a true champion.
We don't want dead people getting loans from the SBA. We want American workers and American businesses getting loans from the Small Business Administration, and Kelly is doing a great job making sure that we do exactly that. I want to say thank you to Paul. It's great to be here at Vantage Plastics, a great American company with great American workers. So thank you to Paul Altman, and thank you to the entire team here at Vantage Plastics. It's great to be here. It's great to be with American workers. And again, like I said, it's great to be out of the bubble in Washington, D.C. Now, as Kelly mentioned, I was listening to her backstage. You know, we came in, we've got this great event, this great facility, great business, and of course, great workers. And I'm sure all of us saw there were a few protesters outside. And I can't be the only person wondering, you know, it's a little after noon on a Friday, and don't you all have jobs? Who are the people? And I think that's one of the reasons why we've got to rebuild American manufacturing and support great companies like Vantage Plastics, because we want those people to get off the streets and back to work. It'd be good for them, and it'd be good for everybody else, too. Now, y'all don't hold it against me. Of course, you know that I'm from that state, just one state south. But we know in the industrial Midwest that companies like Vantage give Great Lakes states the reputation that we know it is the powerhouse of American industry, and that makes it the powerhouse of world industry. I'm grateful for the good-paying jobs this company brings to the area and for the incredible job this business does generating economic opportunity in this region of our country. And I really do believe that America's success depends on the success of companies like Vantage Plastics. Now, I don't mean that in some abstract, poetic-sounding sense. I mean it literally. If we do not protect our nation's manufacturers, we lose a fundamental part of who we are as a people. Making things, building things, working with our hands is America's heritage, and that heritage is alive and well in this facility.
All right, now, JD Vance.
Now, our frontier spirit would have done us little good in conquering the continent if we couldn't manufacture the railway track, the steamboats, the dynamite, and everything else needed to do so. American industry, American workers famously won the Second World War. American industry took us to the moon. It enabled the Silicon Revolution that created the most precise and sophisticated jobs imaginable in any field, demanding mechanical expertise on the scale of nanometers, which is so small you can't even see it. But over the years, I hate to say, we have squandered that heritage in the United States of America, not in Vantage Plastics, thank God, but all across our country. Between the 1990s and the election of Donald Trump the first time back in 2016, this country lost 5 million good manufacturing jobs. And we saw over 90,000 American factories, great American factories, shut their doors. And as I know I don't have to tell anyone here today, when we lose the ability to make our own stuff, we abandon a way of life, one that has sustained towns like Bay Cities and countless other communities from Middletown, Ohio, to a ton of communities all across the Midwest. Being able to make things is good because it creates self-sufficiency as a nation, and it creates self-sufficiency in our people. And more importantly, manufacturing jobs are good for our workers. Now, we know this. You all know this. They pay a premium of 10% compared to wages in other fields and other roles. They often come with the good benefits and the good job creation that drives the kind of economic opportunity that we want to see in our country. When we deindustrialize, when we lose those good jobs that allow us to support families, those are the kinds of things that we lose. And I think that we need a president, and thank God we have a president that thinks we're going to bring it back, and we are. So I've got some bad news and I've got some good news. Do we want to hear the bad news first or the good news first? Okay, that's good. You all said bad news, and that's good, because if you had said good news, that would have totally screwed up the flow of this speech. I got to start with the bad news a little bit, then we talk about the good news. But here's the simple truth. The very simple truth is that, unfortunately, the last administration left us with a terrible economy. They left us with sky-high prices. They left us with home values that had doubled in just 4 short years, meaning a lot of American families couldn't afford to buy or to rent a home. They left us with a historic debt crisis. Did you know that in the history of the United States of America, we have never had deficits and debt so high as we had under Joe Biden's leadership? And what did all that peacetime debt and deficit, what did all that spending, what did all that waste and fraud get us? It got us an economy where Americans couldn't afford to buy a home, our families couldn't afford to buy groceries, and our people felt like the American dream was slipping away. Now, that is the bad news. But now we can talk a little bit about the good news, because I'm proud to say that thanks to all of you, on January 20th, 2025, we started a great American comeback. Last November, America re-elected a president with a simple goal: to power our nation's industrial comeback and once again make the U.S. the world's manufacturing superpower, and that is exactly what President Trump has sought out to do. Now, I have to be honest with you, the road ahead of us is long, but we are already, in just 7 short weeks, starting to see early indications of the president's vision becoming our shared American reality. This February, the president's first full month in office, America gained 10,000 American manufacturing jobs. Now, compare that to last year, when under the Biden administration, we were losing an average of about 10,000 manufacturing jobs per month. That's over 100,000 jobs in manufacturing lost in a single year under Joe Biden. And we got to ask ourselves, what has driven the turnaround? Well, first of all, President Trump has been clear about his plan, about our administration's plan. Our goal is to make it easier and more affordable to make things again in the United States of America. If you invest in America, in American jobs, in American workers, and in American businesses, you're going to be rewarded. We're going to cut your taxes. We're going to slash regulations, and we're going to reduce the cost of energy to build things right here in this country that all of us love. But if you try to undercut us and build outside of our borders, the President Trump's administration has got nothing for you. If you want to be rewarded, build in America. If you want to be penalized, build outside of America. It's as simple as that. So, if you've gotten rich the last few decades by ripping off U.S. companies and preying on American workers, well, the president is simply telling you the jig is up. If you want to manufacture in China, which has the worst and most punitive economic policies towards us anywhere in the world, then you are going to have to pay the consequences. And what we're seeing already is that the world is starting to listen. They appreciate that we're in a new era in the United States. So as a result, we're nearing $2 trillion in new investments announced just since President Trump took office. That's not bad. In 7 weeks, $2 trillion. From auto companies and chip makers to paper and electrical product manufacturers, companies from all over the world have announced new plants and big expansions of existing plants in the United States of America. We've seen car factories say 2 months ago, that they were going to ship American jobs off to Mexico, and 7 weeks ago they started singing a different tune. Now, part of our comeback means unleashing America's energy and making it cheaper and making it more affordable for American businesses and workers to do what they need to do. So, day one in office, President Trump ended the Green New scam and ended Biden's war on American energy. And of course, we're already seeing the results. Gasoline, its price for consumers, is finally starting to come down. Last month, it went up by last term, it went up about 35% under Joe Biden's leadership, and we've already seen it fall to significant lows again. That's just in 7 weeks. In his first month, President Trump declared a national energy emergency and established the National Energy Dominance Council. He's reopened 625 million acres offshore for drilling and ended Biden's disastrous ban on liquefied natural gas exports, which risks ending 90,000 American jobs and costing $250 billion for our country over the long run. It's over. We stopped it. Now, in doing so, the president paved the way to approve 2 new massive projects in the United States. And I got to say, it's kind of funny to see some of our Democrat governors in various parts, I won't mention which states exactly, coming to the Oval Office and begging for economic development under Trump's leadership that they knew they would never get under Biden's leadership. And I got to tell you, I carry a word from the President of the United States that we don't care, Democrat, Republican, or Independent. We want to build. Build, baby, build. That is the slogan, and that is the motto of the Trump administration, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And most importantly, given where we stand here in Vantage, the Trump administration is working hard to slash regulations left and right. And I think, Paul, you'd admit the regulations, we got to get that stuff out of here. We got to make it easier to build stuff in our own country. We can't have people telling our great builders that if they want to start a factory, or if they want to expand a factory, they're not allowed to. And that is the biggest thing I think the Trump administration is working on when it comes to renewing American manufacturing. This Wednesday, as a matter of fact, the administration announced a historic regulatory rollback at the EPA, which will provide relief from all sorts of heavy-handed rules. These include the Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program, which cost U.S. factories and power plants hundreds of millions of dollars, and that money is now going to be reinvested in American workers. And we remember the Clean Power Plan 2.0, which has imperiled America's grid by creating impossible restrictions on coal and natural gas plants of our power. You can't tell people to build in America while at the same time destroying American energy. That's what Joe Biden did. What Donald Trump is doing is saying, build in America, and we're going to help you. We're going to make it more possible, and we're going to make it more affordable. But, you know, I think it's really simple here, and I have to say, you know, I'm thrilled, of course, to have everybody here. Thrilled to have Paul hosting us, but I'm especially thrilled to have my lovely wife here behind me. And I think she's doing a great job as Second Lady of the United States, and I'm so proud to have her by my side. And here's the thing, because the cameras are all on, anything that I say, no matter how crazy, Usha has to smile and laugh and celebrate it. So I'm going to be good, though, honey. I'm going to keep to the script here. But I think that what we're really after here, and you see so many people attacking the president's economic programs and attacking the progress that we've made over the past 7 weeks. You hear people saying, well, how dare Donald Trump impose tariffs on foreign countries that have been taking advantage of us for 40 years? And the answer is that unless you're willing to use American power to fight back against what those countries have been doing for a generation, you are never going to rebuild American manufacturing, and you're never going to support the American worker. President Trump is done with leaders who talk. We are an administration that is going to do things for the American people and for American workers. Just think about this. When foreign countries make it impossible to ship American cars into their countries, why have we had leadership that refuses to fight back? When we have foreign countries that use slave labor that undercuts the wages of American workers, why have we had American leadership that has refused to fight back? When you let literal slaves make stuff cheaply and then bring it into our country, we all know, you all know, that destroys the wages of American workers. And so now we have an American media that says, how dare Donald Trump stand up for the American worker? I think I speak for the American worker when I say, thank God for President Trump for finally standing up for the American worker. Enough is enough. For 40 years, the people of this country, the businesses, the workers, everybody have been neglected, they have been ignored, and they have had a leadership that refuses to stand up for them. And that changed just 7 short weeks ago. And that basic change, that basic idea that the purpose of the American presidency is to fight for the American people, will guide our policy for the next 4 years. And I have to say, yes, this is not always easy, and it doesn't happen overnight. We came into office, again, with the largest peacetime deficits in American history, $2 trillion. We've never seen deficits like that ever, and certainly not outside of a time of war. And we ought to ask ourselves, what did Joe Biden buy with all of our borrowed money? And the answer is not a damn thing. So we have got to take this country in a different direction, and that is what President Trump's economic policies aim to do. We are done selling out the American worker. We are done overregulating American businesses. We're going to be guided by a very simple principle. Build in this country, we cut your taxes, we reduce your regulation, we reduce your energy costs. Build in this country, make American manufacturing great again, and we are going to fight for you, and the president will too. So let me conclude again by saying thank you. Thanks to Paul for hosting. Thank you to your incredible facility and for what you do every single day. But as a kid who grew up in a working class family, let me just say this, that when I was growing up in Middletown, Ohio, everybody who worked hard seemed to be able to find a good job. And something changed. I don't know when I was a teenager or maybe a little bit later, but when that great steel mill that supported the town was the lifeblood of the town that I grew up in, when it went from 10,000 jobs to 2,000 jobs, the American working people started to get destroyed in the process. We can't keep doing that. We can't keep running the same exact playbook over and over again, expecting different results. We've got to run a different playbook. And 7 weeks ago, President Trump started to run that different playbook. We are not going to borrow from future generations to buy stuff that the communist Chinese make for us. We are not going to put people on welfare instead of giving them good middle-class American jobs. We are not going to drive housing through the roof. We're going to make it affordable again to afford an American home. That is what we're trying to do. And yes, my friends, it's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to be able to fix everything that Joe Biden broke. But I think after 7 weeks, the progress is pretty good. Egg prices are lower than they were when we took office. That's good. We got gas gasoline is much lower than it was when we took office. We've got inflation at the lowest level that we've seen in many years for the American people. So we're making very, very good progress. But we know that 7 weeks is not enough. What we need to really rebuild American manufacturing, to really invest in the American worker, is not just 7 weeks of solid progress. It is 4 years of President Trump fighting for the American people every single day. And so let me say, this is not going to be my last stop in Michigan by any means, but as I leave here to go back to Washington, I feel invigorated. I feel invigorated by what you're building at this facility. I feel invigorated by the incredible opportunities that this plant, this facility provides to American workers. I feel invigorated by the fact that you guys are dedicated to your communities, that you're working hard every single day, you're playing by the rules, and you're providing a good life for your families. And I feel invigorated that we finally have a president who is turning his back on 40 years of failed policy in Washington, D.C., and is getting back to investing in and fighting for the American worker. God bless you guys. Thank you all. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you for tuning into the live show. How are you guys doing? How do you rate President Trump first 100 days? It's still counting. It's still like, in his 50s. 50 days. So, what do you rate President Trump? Let me know. All right, here we go. Let's do this right here. All right. Somebody says 10. Somebody said 2 over 10. 2 over 10. I don't know.
On tariffs, you made clear you're not backing down from this, but many American small business owners say they are concerned that these tariffs are going to hurt them. What's your message to them?
They're going to be so much richer than they are right now, and we have many. Yesterday, General Motors was in. They want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday. They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States. Look, the reason is two things. Number one, the election, November 5th. And the other thing is tariffs. I think probably in that order. But Tim Cook came in and he announced 500, think of it, 500 billion, not million. 500 million's a lot when you think about it, right? But, well, I would have been happy with 500 million, but it's $500 billion investment by Apple in the United States. And that's because of the election result, and it's because of the tariffs and the tax incentives too, tariffs and tax incentives. And I've never seen anything like it. We have plants going up now in Indiana. We have plants going up in Michigan. A lot of plants going to be planned from. I'm trying to steer them to Michigan because Michigan got so badly beaten by, what happened with Europe. If you look at Europe, take a look at the EU. We're not allowed to sell cars there. It's prohibitive because of their policies and also their non-monetary tariffs. They put obstacles in your way that you can do nothing about. But if you take a look at what happens, so we sell no cars to Europe, I mean virtually no cars, and they sell millions of cars to us. They don't take our agriculture, we take their agriculture. It's like a one-way street with them. The European Union is very, very nasty. They sue our companies. Apple was forced to pay $16 billion on a case that, very much like my cases that I won. They shouldn't have been even cases, but we felt they had no case, and they ended up having an extremely favorable judge and decision. But they're suing Google, they're suing Facebook, they're suing all of these companies, and they're taking billions of dollars out of American companies, many more than the ones I just mentioned. And I guess they're using it to run Europe or something. I don't know what they're using it for, but they treat us very badly. China obviously treats us very badly. Almost everybody does, and I blame past presidents, to be honest, because when I was president, we received so far about $700 billion from China over the years on the tariffs that I put in. No other president got 10 cents from China. And that was only beginning, except for COVID. I would have been able to finish the process, but we had to fight the COVID thing, and we did really well with it, but we had to fight. And then we had actually, as you remember, Mark, we actually handed over the stock market. It was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was sort of a miracle, frankly. We did a good job, but the tariffs are very important. And I think the psychology, there's great spirit. When Mark came in, he said, congratulations, there's a whole new spirit, there's a whole new light over this country, and really over the world, because you have somebody that, a whole group of people, really, because I talk about this whole group, that we know what we're doing, and a lot of great things are happening. But I've never seen investment like this. Trillions of dollars is being invested in the United States now that would have never, our country could have failed. Another 4 years of this, what happened in the last 4 years, our country would have been a crime-ridden mess. And I don't know if you noticed, little thing they call it, but it's not a little thing if you like eggs and you don't have a lot of money. Eggs have gone down 25% in the last couple of weeks. We inherited that problem, eggs. Groceries have gone down a little bit. Energy's gone down. Do you want to speak to that for a second, Governor? Would you just say a couple of words, you and Chris, about energy, what's happened?
Well, happy to, but I think that Chris and I just came from CERAWeek, which is the largest conference in the world, so global leaders, people from the EU, officials from all the energy-producing countries, all there, and all the global nationals, all the U.S. The spirit of that group is through the roof, because now they realize that in the United States that President Trump's policies are pro-developing more energy, as opposed to we're trying to shut down energy, and that pro-growth, pro-business, pro-energy approach is giving people the optimism. So then the markets are reacting to that, and energy prices on the futures market are going to go down, because people know we're not going to be killing off the energy we need for prosperity in all of our countries, but also for peace. Because people have used energy to fuel these wars that President Trump is working so hard to end, and we know that high energy prices were driving the inflation that he talked about. So it accomplishes two goals for us, which is prosperity for the world, peace for the world, when we have smart energy policies, and President Trump has brought common sense back to how we think about energy.
And it's brought down now $65 a barrel, I saw this morning. That's phenomenal news, and that's what brought it up. The energy they took our beautiful energy policies and they just messed them up, and then they went immediately back to them, but by that time they lost it. They lost that bronco, as the expression goes. Chris, do you have something to say?
Oh, I think Doug said it well, but you just can't overstate how important the return of common sense, the return of knowledge about energy and pro-American consumers, pro-investment in our country. I think globally that was welcomed. It means capital flows, it means more sobriety and lower energy prices, more economic opportunity for Americans. So yeah, it was elated atmosphere at a global energy conference.
Well, we're working on one project. It should be very easy. It's a pipeline going through a small section of New York. New York's held it up for years, actually, for years. They've wanted to do it for years and years. And it will reduce the most expensive energy almost in the world is in New England, because they have no way of getting it there because it's been held up by New York. And the whole of New England and Connecticut and New York, the energy prices are through the roof. And this one pipeline will save per family $2,500 just on heating and another $2,500 on everything else. So the energy, by just a simple pipeline going through an area that wants it, an area that's not a rich area, it's actually a very poor area, would create jobs and everything else. And it's going to be way underground. Nobody's going to see it. Once they fill it up, nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to know it's there. And families in New York and Connecticut and New England are going to save $5,000 a family. Think of that. Because right now they have the highest energy prices maybe in the world, they say. New England is a disaster. So we're working on that. In fact, the governor's coming in, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a very nice woman. She's coming in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to meet me on that and other things. Not only that, but other things. So I hope we don't have to use the extraordinary powers of the federal government to get it done. But if we have to, we will. But I don't think we'll have to. I can tell you Connecticut wants it and all of New England wants it. And who wouldn't want it? And it's also jobs on top of everything else. So that's going to be very exciting. So we're meeting with the governor tomorrow morning.
Shout out to the OG. One thing that we all gotta agree upon is he works hard. He's shown that. Let's just give him some time. But overall, he's been doing a great job. As far as I'm concerned, I would give him an 8 over 10.
Earlier today, I sat down with Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House. We talked tariffs, immigration, the Democrats' new hero, Mahmoud Khalil. I even got him to react to the reported tension between Elon Musk and Trump's cabinet. And there's so much more. Here's part 1 of my interview with the Vice President. Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for joining us today. All right, gas prices are down. It looks like inflation is easing a little bit. Sure. But you cannot turn on the television without hearing a business executive speak about the tariffs, the kind of whiplash on the tariffs, and some of the difficulty they're having in making long-term investments and projections because of this uncertainty. Sure. What can you do to reassure them that this is all going to settle out?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think the president's been very clear. He wants to impose tariffs on foreign importers because he wants to bring investment and jobs back to the United States of America. So what I'd say to those business leaders is I think the president has actually been quite clear about what he wants to accomplish: build more in the United States of America, invest more in the United States of America, raise wages for workers in the United States of America, and you don't have to pay these tariffs at all. There is, as the president has said, a recognition that we have to accept, which is that, look, Joe Biden left this economy in a disaster. He ran the highest peacetime deficits we've ever had in this country. He left us with a significant debt crisis. And the president has come in and said, look, we have to accomplish a lot of things simultaneously. We have to bring down inflation, which I think we're making some good progress on. We have to actually ensure critical government services like Social Security and the military function for the American people. And we also have to force businesses to invest more, not overseas, not in Chinese workers, but in American workers. And I think we're doing all of those things. Rome wasn't built in a day, of course. This is not going to happen overnight. But I think that both businesses and workers are ultimately going to benefit from President Trump's policies.
But can you rule out the possibility, as Reagan faced in his first term in office, coming off a terrible economic calamity for the country, can you rule out a recession, even a temporary one?
Well, look, I think you never can predict the future, but I think the economy, the fundamentals of the economy are actually quite strong right now. And we'll see how this unfolds, Laura, but I think that by inducing more businesses to invest in American workers, by reshoring some of those critical supply chains, we are going to make this economy stronger over the long haul, and that is the president's ultimate goal. We have to remember, Laura, people forget 5 years ago, of course, we had the COVID crisis. And aside from the public health element of it, what it should have taught us, Laura, is we can't rely on communist China to make all the critical stuff. You had hospitals that didn't have medical supplies. You had businesses, manufacturing businesses, that couldn't get core raw materials because China was shut down. What the president is doing is changing 40 years of a failed bipartisan consensus in Washington, D.C. that has sold out American workers and destroyed the underlying economic strength of the United States of America. We're going to rebuild it. It's going to take a little time, but we are going to do it.
Does that include medical device manufacturing, which most of it really went to Canada? So all these great American companies from Minnesota and Midwest, shot up there to Canada, lower prices, the companies like it, but American workers lost out. So how long would this transition period be to bring those types of companies, if that's the ultimate goal, back here?
Well, look, I think it's going to take time, right? Some of the stuff, you're already seeing factories that are adding shifts for American workers. That happens immediately. Some factories, it takes 18 months or 2 years to build a new facility. So it really depends industry by industry. But the basic thrust of President Trump's economic policies is if you invest in the United States of America, you're going to be rewarded with lower taxes, lower regulations, lower energy costs. If you want to build a factory in China, that's your right, but you're going to pay
or Canada,
when you try to bring that stuff back in the United States.
Or Italy.
Yeah, and the president made this point actually in the visit with the Prime Minister of Ireland yesterday, that the European Union has in some ways been the worst on American workers and American industries of anybody. They're imposing ridiculous tariffs. They say that they're our most important ally. And of course, we care about European security, Laura, but they don't treat us like an ally when it comes to economics. They actually hammer American consumers and American workers in the process. The president, the thing that underlies all this, Laura, is of course a defense of the American worker, but a recognition that we're not going to take unfairness anymore. If Europeans do something to us, we're actually going to fight back economically. For the first time in 40 years, we have a president who's standing up for America's people.
Your hometown, Ohio, destroyed. Akron, all these wonderful American cities, totally just kicked to the dirt for decades. Exactly, and all those people were told, learn to code, do other things. Yeah. And now it's going to be a difficult period. How long do you think that transition period will be?
Well, again, Laura, I think it really depends on what kind of industry, what kind of factory that we're talking about. I mean, you're already seeing instantly some factories, especially in the automobile sector, who are announcing they were going to move to Mexico under Joe Biden. Now they're actually building capacity here in the United States. Some factories that are idle part of the time, they're turning on additional shifts. So I think sometimes it's going to take a while. Sometimes it's going to happen immediately. It really is a case-by-case thing. But the underlying trend is invest in America and you're going to do well as a business.
But the whiskey manufacturers, come on, they're screaming today because it looks like the president might slap some retaliatory tariffs on Europe. Europe came back to us and said, oh, no, we're going to hit your whiskey. Trump then says, we're going to up you. It's like a game of chicken here, trade chicken, 200% on champagnes and wines to France. Now, that will destroy the French winemaking business, but they've been really tough on our winemaking industry for years.
Well, that's exactly the point. Look, Europe doesn't have the cards here. As President Trump likes to say, when you have actually penalized American companies and American workers, as the EU has for years, we're actually fighting back for the first time. But, Laura, we have a $1 trillion trade deficit. We absorb
largest
all
ever.
Of the terrible economic policies from all over the world, and the world expects American consumers to foot the bill for their workers and their businesses, and Donald Trump is flipping that on its head. We are not going to do this anymore. We cannot run an economy where Americans borrow, go into debt to buy things that other people make for us. We're going to make it in America. We have to.
There is so much written about DOGE, tension, cabinet secretaries, leaks coming out of meetings, which happened last week.
Yep.
Rubio standing up to Elon, saying, love you, Elon, but this is my department. Back the bleep off, essentially. And I've heard it from other people who've talked to me. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is dealing with basically eco-terrorism at his dealership.
That's right.
The president, comes out and buys a Tesla the other day. First of all, are you going to buy a Tesla too? Or is that just Trump?
I can't drive anymore, Laura.
Oh, you
I actually
can't
talked to the president about it. I said, you're going to buy this Tesla, you're not allowed to drive.
Or nice Dodge or nice Doge. So first of all, is there tension? Is it natural? And how do you kind of calm things down there?
Yeah, Laura, I don't think that there's tension. There's certainly disagreement from time to time. We're not going to agree on every single issue within an administration, but the president has been very clear. Elon's doing a great job, and obviously we appreciate what he's doing. Marco, I think, is doing an incredible job at Secretary of State. I had high expectations. I think he's actually exceeded those expectations. So the fact that you have a disagreement at a meeting, that does not mean that you have misalignment. It just means that you've got to talk about this stuff. We're not going to have an administration where you have a president who sits there at cabinet meetings asleep while his wife runs the cabinet meeting and nobody's doing anything. We're going to talk about issues. And it does annoy me that leaked. I will say, It was that story wasn't totally true, to be clear.
There were
But
nuggets that were true.
We need to have conversations.
Yeah.
We need to be able to talk to one another and solve this stuff without some random staffer leaking it. I suspect that's what happened. We're going to keep on doing the president's business because it's the American people's business.
The concern that a lot of us have who've been in Washington for far too long, frankly, is that while a lot of these cuts are encouraging for efficiency, they're not going to be permanent. How do you get Congress to do what it is loath to ever do? Really cut spending.
Yes, you're right. Congress needs to get more serious about spending. I think the way that we make what DOGE is doing permanent is through what's called a rescission package. So a lot of the spending cuts that we've seen from DOGE, and I think it's well north of $100 billion, that's real savings. I think that number is only going to grow, is actually to get Congress to make those spending cuts permanent. That happens through legislation. That's something we're working with Congress on actually right now.
All right, and just ahead, more deportations for green card holders. Are they coming? More of my exclusive interview with Vice President Vance. And now more of my exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance. So President Trump and you both campaigned on an issue near and dear to my heart, which is immigration and deporting millions of people, not thousands of people, but millions of people who came under Biden.
Sure.
About 12 million people. We kind of lost track.
On day one of my administration, the invasion of illegal migrants, terrorists, drug dealers, and murderers ends, and on that same day, the largest deportation in our history begins. We have no choice.
But according to Reuters, in the first month in office, I think you guys have been able to deport about 37,600 people, which is not a small number. But to really get those numbers up, it would have to be about 60,000 a week to hit that 12 million mark. You run out of beds. You have like 47,000 people in detention, but you've run out of beds. What next?
Well, first of all, we have to do this sequentially, Laura. So what the president said on the campaign is the very first and most important thing is to secure the borders. You know, we have 20 million, maybe more illegal aliens in this country right now. We have to stop that number from growing. And by the way, in 6 weeks, we've almost accomplished complete border security. You've had places that had 1,500 illegal encounters a day. Now they're at 30 illegal encounters a day. We've cut illegal border crossings by well over 95%. And frankly, I think those numbers are going to continue to come down. So once you get operative control of the border, now you have to ramp up deportations. And Laura, this is another area where Joe Biden has left us with a hole that we have to dig out of. You have immigration detention facilities that were underfunded. You have ICE, which does most of the actual deportations, that was radically underfunded, really sort of in some ways destroyed by the Biden administration. We're building that capacity up. I do think that you're going to see those deportation numbers rise. And again, the president every single day in private and in public is asking, how do we get those deportation numbers?
Yeah, he wants them up. He's impatient. He's like I am. He's very impatient.
It's good to have a leader who's impatient to get things done because it has all of us in his government actually asking ourselves what we can do. One more point on this, because look, some of this we can do, of course, through old-fashioned deportations, but Mitt Romney, of all people, used this term in the 2012 campaign, self-deportation. I think Kristi Noem deserves a lot of credit for this and Tom Homan, because that CBP One app, do you remember that? It actually facilitated illegal entry under the Biden administration. We're repurposing it to facilitate self-deportation. So what we're going to encourage a lot of people to do is, we don't have to come and knock on your door and send you home. We're going to do that, of course. But before that happens, why don't you get on a plane and go home yourself? So it's an all of the above approach. We're going to use everything that we can. But Laura, I think those deportation numbers are going to come up. You've already started to see some real progress. We're going to make more.
There's controversy over the decision to try to deport that former Columbia student, Mahmoud Khalil, over national security concerns that were determined to be in place by Marco Rubio. Are you at all worried that a future Democrat administration would use that same provision to try to deport conservative students studying here in the United States?
Well, if it was an American citizen, it would be a different conversation. If a Democrat tried to do that to an American citizen, of course,
talking about green card
that would be a problem. But Laura, a green card holder, even if I might like that green card holder, doesn't have an indefinite right to be in the United States of America, right? American citizens have different rights from people who have green cards, from people who have student visas. And so my attitude on this is this is not fundamentally about free speech. And to me, yes, it's about national security, but it's also more importantly about who do we as an American public decide gets to join our national community. And if the Secretary of State and the President decide this person shouldn't be in America and they have no legal right to stay here, it's as simple as that.
Do you see more such deportations happening?
I think we'll certainly see some people who get deported on student visas if we determine that it's not in the best interest of the United States to have them in our country. So yeah, I don't know how high that number is going to be, but you're going to see more people.
We have 1.1 million foreign students studying in the United States. Do you think it's truly an America First approach when U.S. universities that get billions in total from the federal taxpayer rely so heavily on foreign students, including foreign students from adversary countries like China?
I think it's a real problem, and it's something that we're certainly looking at, Laura. To your point, a lot of these foreign students, most of them pay full freight. And so sometimes what you have at an elite university, right, like a Columbia or a Harvard, you have a well-qualified middle-class American kid from the heartland who doesn't get a spot in these universities because some Chinese oligarch who's paying $100,000 a year takes up that spot. So it's not just bad for national security, it's bad for the American dream for a lot of kids who want to go to a nice university and can't because their spot was taken by a foreign student. It's certainly something we're looking at.
Poland today has asked, the Polish president has asked for the United States to consider deploying nuclear weapons in Poland as a shield against future Russian aggression. This as President Trump meeting, of course, today with the NATO leader.
Sure.
What might happen on that front, and wouldn't that provoke Russia away from any deal with Ukraine?
So I haven't talked to the president about that particular issue, but I would be shocked if he was supportive of nuclear weapons extending further east into Europe. We have got to be careful, Laura. We are playing literally with the lives of the future of human civilization. This is one of the most important reasons why President Trump sees himself and in fact is a peace president. You have people like Joe Biden sleepily walking us into a nuclear conflict. Donald Trump is taking us in a totally different approach, and we need it. We need cooler heads to prevail. And on this Russia-Ukraine thing, Laura, I mean, look, the Biden administration strategy was literally to shovel weapons at the Ukrainians, allow the Russians and the Ukrainians to bleed out, and hope that somehow a settlement appeared out of thin air. Donald Trump is engaging in tough diplomacy and enlisting his entire administration to find out, what do the Ukrainians want? What do they need? What do the Russians want? What do they need? Because the war is stupid. It would have never started if he had been president, and it continuing is not in the interest of anybody.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
You got to respect the vice president. The fact that he sticks with the president of the United States. That's like absolutely amazing. But with that being said, I want you guys to see this right here. Trump's power in New York watch this. You got violent protesters up in Trump's tower in New York. Well, not violent protesters, just protesters, okay? Because I wanna say the wrong thing. Did she just say Trump is Hitler? Oh man, brainwashed. She's been brainwashed, ladies and gentlemen. Trump is Hitler. TDS. Trump is Hitler. Like, is that why you're fighting? You think Trump is Hitler? You need to go meet a priest and confess. Okay. So you can find some closure. Find your path. New path. Because this ain't it.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be with a friend of mine who was Prime Minister of the Netherlands. I got to know him very well. We had a great relationship always. Mark Rutte. Now he's Secretary General of NATO and doing a fantastic job. Everybody, every report I've gotten is what a great job he did, and I'm not at all surprised when I hear it. We had to support him, and we supported him as soon as I heard the name. But he was a fantastic prime minister, and he's doing a fantastic job. An even tougher job. Which is tougher, being the prime minister of Netherlands or?
This job is quite tough.
I would think this is a little
but Dutch politics is also brutal. So.
Yeah, but this is pretty tough. But you're doing good. We're going to be discussing a lot of things. Obviously, we'll be discussing what's happening with respect to Ukraine and Russia. At this moment, we have people talking in Russia. We have representatives over there, Steve Witkoff and others, and they're in very serious discussions. As you know, Ukraine has agreed, subject to this, what's happening today, to a complete ceasefire, and we hope Russia will do the same. Thousands of people are being killed, young people, usually, mostly young people. We were just talking about it. Thousands of young people are being killed a week. And we want to see that stop. And they're not Americans, and they're not from the Netherlands for the most part. No. They're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine. But they're people, and I think everybody feels the same way. We want it to stop. It's also a tremendous cost to the United States and to other countries. And it's something that would have never happened if I were president, and it makes me very angry to see that it did happen. But it happened, and we have to stop it. And Mark has done some really good work over the last week. We've been working together, and he's done some really good work, so I'm very happy about that. We'll also be talking about trade and various other things, and I think we'll have a very, very strong day. We're going to have lunch afterwards at El Go. Then we'll see you all later. But Mark, would you like to say something?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Donald, again for hosting me, and but also for taking time in Florida a couple of weeks after you were re-elected.
That's right.
And of course, our phone call a couple of weeks ago, and I must say, Trump 45, you originated the fact that in Europe we are now spending, when you take it to aggregate, 700 billion more on defense than when you came in office in 2016, 2017. But that was Trump 45. But when you look at Trump 47,
that'd be hard to tell.
What happened the last couple of weeks is really staggering. The Europeans committing to a package of 800 billion defense spending. Germans now, potentially up to $500 billion extra in defense spending. And then, of course, you had Keir Starmer here, the British Prime Minister, and others, all committing to much higher defense spending. We're not there. We need to do more, but I really want to work together with you in a run-up to the Hague Summit to make sure that we will have a NATO which is really reinvigorated under your leadership, and we are getting there. We also discuss defense production because we need to produce more weaponry. We are not doing enough. And not in the US, not in Europe, and we are lacking behind when you compare to the Russians and the Chinese. And you have a huge defense industrial base. Europeans buying 4 times more here than the other way around, which is good because you have a strong defense industry, but we need to do more there to make sure that we ramp up the production and kill the red tape. So I would love to work with you on that. And finally, Ukraine. You broke the deadlock. As you said, all the killing, the young people dying, cities getting destroyed. The fact that you did that you started the dialogue with the Russians, and the successful talks in Saudi Arabia now with the Ukrainians. I really want to commend you for this. So, The Hague is my hometown. I love to host you there in the summer and work together to make sure that that will be a splash, a real success, projecting American power on the world stage.
What Mark is saying is when I first went to NATO, my first meeting, I noticed that very few people were paying. And if they were, they weren't paying their fair share. There were only 7 countries that were paying what they were supposed to be paying, which was... Yeah,
it's even worse.
Could be even worse. But there were just very few countries that were paying, and even the paying, it was at 2%, which is too low. It should be higher. It should be quite a bit higher. But you had Poland, and I remember Poland was actually paying a little bit more than they were supposed to, which I was very impressed with. They've been actually terrific, and some of the others. But most of them weren't paying, or they were paying very little. And I didn't think it was appropriate to bring it up there, but I said it's going to be brought up at my next meeting. And my next meeting, the first meeting, you want to give them a little break. The second meeting, it began, and I was able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars. I just said, we're not going to be involved with you if you're not going to pay. And the money started pouring in, and NATO became much stronger because of my actions and working along with a lot of people, including Mark. But they would not pay for other presidents, and I don't think other presidents even knew that they weren't paid. I asked first question, has everybody paid up? And literally, I mean, they told me 7. You could be right, it could be 3, but that makes it even worse. But they just weren't paying. And I said, no, I won't protect if you're not paying. If you're delinquent or if the money isn't paid, why would we do that? And as soon as I said that, got a little hit from the press because they said, oh, gee, that's not very nice. But if you said the other, nobody would have paid. And the money started coming in by the billions. And, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO, and NATO became strong. Yeah. And you remember that. Your predecessor, who I thought was a very good man.
Absolutely. Yes, Stoltenberg. He sends his best greetings.
He was terrific. Stoltenberg, Secretary General. And he made the statement that when Trump came in, the money started coming in like we never saw before. Hundreds of billions, actually probably close to $600 billion came in, and NATO became strong from that standpoint. And now we have to use it wisely, and we have to get this war over with, and you'll be back to a normal, much more normal life. And maybe we're close. We're getting words that things are going okay in Russia, and it doesn't mean anything until we hear what the final outcome is. But they have very serious discussions going on right now with President Putin and others. And hopefully they all want to end this nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's a horrible thing when you look. I get pictures every week. They give me the pictures of the battlefield, which I almost don't want to see. It's so horrible to see young people laying arms and legs and heads laying all over the field. It's the most terrible thing that you'll ever see. And it's got to stop. These are young people with mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and friends, and it's got to stop. So we hopefully are going to be in a good position sometime today to have a good idea. We'll have we know where we are with Ukraine, and we are getting good signals outside of Russia as to where we are with Russia. And hopefully they'll do the right thing. It's really humanity. We're talking about humanity. We're not talking about the money. But then you add the money to it, and hundreds of billions of dollars is being spent and really wasted so unnecessarily. It should have never happened. So it's an honor to have you here. They picked a great gentleman. I'll tell you, I was so happy to hear, because you had somebody. Stoltenberg was really good, and you have somebody that's going to do an incredible job. And I was so much in favor of you. You have no idea. They had another person that I did not like. I was not happy. And I think I kept him from, you know what I'm talking about. I said, this is the right man to do it. And he really did. He was a great prime minister of the Netherlands. He did a great job. And that's what he's doing right now. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And it's a very great honor to have you. And we even have some of our great energy people here today, right? We have the governor, and we have Chris, Chris, right? He's supposed to be the most talented man in the world of energy, according to the governor. So I don't know if he's right. And we have General, you've been fantastic. Thank you very much. And we have a lot of good people that won't be so much involved with this, but they wanted to see what was happening.
It's become a little bit of a show, but they wanted to see what was happening, and I think a lot of good things are happening. So with that, if anybody would have a question.
Mr. President, on Russia.
Please, go ahead.
So, Adam,
Sorry. Steve Witkoff's trip to Moscow, you spoke about it. What sort of agreement do you hope he comes away from there with?
Well, we'd like to see a ceasefire from Russia. And we have, not been working in the dark. We've been discussing with Ukraine land and pieces of land that would be kept and lost and all of the other elements of a final agreement. There's a power plant involved, a very big power plant involved. Who's going to get the power plant and who's going to get this and that? And so, it's not an easy process. But phase one is the ceasefire. A lot of the individual subjects have been discussed, though. We've been discussing concepts of land because you don't want to waste time with a ceasefire if it's not going to mean anything. So we're saying, look, this is what you can get. This is what you can't get. They discussed NATO and being in NATO, and everybody knows what the answer to that is. They've known that answer for 40 years, in all fairness. So a lot of the details of a final agreement have actually been discussed. Now we're going to see whether or not Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin just said he is open to a ceasefire, but he does still have some concerns. He suggested that you two should speak directly. Do you have plans to speak to him soon? If so, when? Are you confident you can get this across the table?
Sure. He did say that today. It was a very promising statement because other people are saying different things, and you don't know if they have anything to really, if they have any meaning, or I don't know. I think some of them were making statements. I don't think they have anything to do with it. No, he put out a very promising statement, but it wasn't complete. And yeah, I'd love to meet with him or talk to him. But we have to get it over with fast. Every day people are being killed. It's not like, as we sit here, 2 people will be killed. Think of it. 2 people are going to be killed during this little period of time. Thousands of people a week are dying. So we really don't have very much time. We have to make this fast. It shouldn't be very complicated.
Thank you, Mr. President. A representative of Canada, the finance minister, are in town and will meet members of your administration during the day. Any chances that you will ban on the tariffs on aluminum and the ones that are planned for April 2nd?
No.
You are not going to change your mind?
No, not. Look, we've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars. We're not going to bend. We've been ripped off as a country for many, many years. We've been subjected to costs that we shouldn't be subjected to. In the case of Canada, we're spending $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. I have many friends in Canada. The great one, Wayne Gretzky, the great. Hey, how good is Wayne Gretzky? He's the great one. But we have, I know many people from Canada that are good friends of mine. But, the United States can't subsidize a country for $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need anything that they give. We do it because we want to be helpful, but it comes a point when you just can't do that. You have to run your own country. And to be honest with you, Canada only works as a state. We don't need anything they have. As a state, it would be one of the great states anyway. This would be the most incredible country visually. If you look at a map, they drew an artificial line right through it between Canada and the U.S., just a straight artificial line. Somebody did it a long time ago, many, many decades ago, and makes no sense. It's so perfect as a great and cherished state. Keeping "O Canada," the national anthem. I love it. I think it's great. Keep it. But it'll be for the state, one of our greatest states. Maybe our greatest state. But why should we subsidize another country for $200 billion? It costs us $200 billion a year. And again, we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We have more than they do. We don't need anything. We don't need their cars. I'd much rather make the cars here. And there's not a thing that we need. Now, there'll be a little disruption, but it won't be very long. But they need us. We really don't need them. And we have to do this. I'm sorry. We have to do this. Yes?
Mr. President,
Yeah.
you have made it very clear that NATO needs to step up although great progress has been made in your first mandate. How do you envision this new transatlantic?
Are you talking about NATO stepping up? Well, NATO is stepping up through this man. This man is a man that only knows how to step up. And we have the same goal in mind. We want the war ended. And he's doing his job. He only knows how to do a good job. That's one thing. That's why I fought for him to get that job. Because they had some other candidates that I'll tell you would not have done a very good job.
I need this part of the move for my family.
So we'll get you a clip. We're going to get him a clip of that little last statement. The rest of the statements he doesn't care.
Sir, how does this new transatlantic cooperation, how do you envision it?
Well, that's one thing. I mean, we're on the other side of the ocean. And they're right there. And yet we're in for $350 billion because of Biden, and they're in for $100 billion. So it's a big difference. And it's unfair. And I said, you have to equalize. They should equalize. They should have. It should have never happened where Biden just gave this money away. Now, as you know, we have an agreement with Ukraine on the rare earths and other things, and that'll get us something back, a lot back. It'll get us our money back. We're not doing it for that, though. I'm just doing this to get the war stopped. I'm doing it really to save lives, but at the same time, we were treated very unfairly, as we always are by every country. And we're in for very substantially more than the European nations are in for, and that shouldn't be. They're much more affected by it than we are, because we do have an ocean in between. But I don't know. I think good things are going to happen. I really do. I think good things are going to happen. I do say, we were talking before, and Mark was very nice. He said, if you would get involved, there would be nothing. You'd just be going on. This thing would have gone on for a long time.
Breaking a deadlock. It was crucial.
Yeah, we broke a deadlock. We did break a deadlock. I hope it's meaningful. Yes, did you have one? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Amanda Head with Just the News. On the southern border, you've got DHS and ICE who are reporting that there was a little bit of fudging of numbers during the Biden administration on both the catch and the release side with respect to reporting the number of illegals coming into the
They
country.
cheated on the numbers. The numbers were. I love that question. Who are you with?
Just the News, Amanda Head.
Very nice. That's good. That's
Do you
good.
know how many of those are criminal illegal aliens? And
Many.
Biden's out of office. Alejandro Mayorkas, who gets
No,
held
Biden
accountable?
fudged the numbers. The numbers were totally fake. And he gave fake numbers. I knew they were fake. Everybody knew they were fake. But now it came out. And terrible what they did. That administration was a horror show for this country.
Can you hold anyone accountable?
Well, I don't know. They gave phony numbers. And phony numbers are a very bad thing to give. But I'm not sure about that. I don't know how it would play. We want to get it straightened out. We're after many, many bad people that were let into our country. And Kristi Noem and my friend Homan, how good is Tom Homan doing, right? And they're after him. And you see they're taking him out in record numbers. Gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers. There's a problem the Netherlands does not have. The Netherlands never had this problem. If you'd like to take it, I could deliver some people. I could deliver some nice people to the Netherlands if you'd like.
I'm not sure.
No, what he did to this country, letting 21 million people flow through an open border. Many of those people were hard criminals from prisons and jails, from mental institutions, and I always say insane asylums because they were seriously deranged. And they're here from, not South America, from all over the world. From South America, but from all over the world. And it's so sad. You'd say, why would anybody do this? Why? Yeah, go ahead.
And one more, there's some new internal Democrat polling that doesn't look great for Democrats, but it also has 54% unfavorability for Republicans in swing states and battlegrounds for the midterms. Do you consider those voters capturable for Republicans?
Yeah, well, we did. I won every swing state, as you know, by a lot. And I won the popular vote by a lot. And we won the counties. If you look at the counties and district plan, we had 2,725, and they had 501. That's why the map is all red. So we had a great thing. Yeah, I think winning from the Democrats, if you look the other night, I made a speech, and I introduced two young ladies who were killed, viciously, violently killed, young, unbelievable, both outstanding people. They were killed by illegal aliens. And the Democrats wouldn't get up and applaud. The mothers were, I mean, inconsolable. They were crying, and everybody was crying. The Democrats sat there with stone faces. They didn't clap. They didn't stand. They didn't do anything. We had a young man with very serious cancer. Wanted to, his dream is to be with the police department someday, and he was introduced. They didn't even clap. I mean, they were disgusting. Frankly, they were disgusting. There's something wrong with them. They're deranged. They're deranged, like Jack Smith. They're deranged people. And I never saw anything like it. I'm standing up and I introduced the mother and the parents of these two young girls that were just recently essentially killed, violently killed. And the Democrats are like this. It's so sad. And I saw this morning where one of them is pretty well known, one is arguing, fighting like crazy over men being able to play in women's sports. I said, yeah, I thought that was tried. I thought that was about a 95%, I think it's a 95% issue. But in a way, I want them to keep doing it because I don't think they can win a race. And I tell the Republicans, I said, don't bring that subject up because there's no election right now. But about a week before the election, bring it up because you can't lose. And everything's transgender this, transgender that. You know, they have bad politics, but one thing, they stick together. You know, I wish, and the Republicans stick together mostly, but we have a couple that are grandstanders. You know, you always have grandstanders in life. But the Democrats, they have grandstanders, but when it comes to a vote, they do stick together, right?
Yes, sir. It seems like they'll stick together on the shutdown. Will that hurt Democrats going into midterms?
Well, if they do a shutdown, and ultimately that might lead to very, very high taxes, because we're talking about a shutdown, we're talking about getting to work immediately on the greatest tax bill ever passed. That was the one we did. It was a renewal, and it's an addition to it. And we're going to cut people's taxes. And if we don't open, the Democrats are stopping all of these good things that we're providing. We're providing the greatest package of benefits that this country's ever provided. The biggest part of that's going to be tax cuts for the middle class and for businesses, small businesses, employers, people that hire people in jobs. And if it's shut down, it's only going to be, if there's a shutdown, it's only because of the Democrats. And they would really be taking away a lot from our country and from the people of our country.
Mr. President, on tariffs, you made clear you're not backing down from this, but many American small business owners say they are concerned that these tariffs are going to hurt them. What's your message to them?
They're going to be so much richer than they are right now. And we have many, yesterday General Motors was in, they want to invest $60 billion. The people from Facebook were in yesterday. They're going to invest $60 billion by the end of the year. Other people are talking about numbers. Apple, as you know, a few days ago announced $500 billion investment. They're going to build their plants in the United States, which, as you know, almost all of their plants are in China. Now they're building in the United States. Look, the reason is two things. Number one, the election, November 5th, and the other thing is tariffs. I think probably in that order. But Tim Cook came in and he announced 500, think of it, 500 billion, not million. 500 million's a lot when you think about it, right? But, well, I would have been happy with 500 million, but it's $500 billion investment by Apple in the United States. And that's because of the election result, and it's because of the tariffs and the tax incentives too, you know, tariffs and tax incentives. And I've never seen anything like it. We have plants going up now in Indiana. We have plants going up in Michigan. A lot of plants going to be planned from. I'm trying to steer them to Michigan because Michigan got so badly beaten by, you know, what happened with Europe. You know, if you look at Europe, take a look at the EU. We're not allowed to sell cars there. It's prohibitive because of their policies and also their non-monetary tariffs. They put obstacles in your way that you can do nothing about. But if you take a look at what happens, so we sell no cars to Europe. I mean, virtually no cars. And they sell millions of cars to us. They don't take our agriculture, we take their agriculture. It's like a one-way street with them. The European Union is very, very nasty. They sue our companies. Apple was forced to pay $16 billion on a case that, very much like my cases that I won. They shouldn't have been even cases, but we felt they had no case, and they ended up having an extremely favorable judge and decision. But they're suing Google, they're suing Facebook, they're suing all of these companies, and they're taking billions of dollars out of American companies, many more than the ones I just mentioned. And I guess they're using it to run Europe or something. I don't know what they're using it for, but they treat us very badly. China obviously treats us very badly. Almost everybody does, and I blame past presidents, to be honest, because when I was president, we received so far about $700 billion from China over the years on the tariffs that I put in. No other president got 10 cents from China. And that was only beginning, except for COVID. I would have been able to finish the process, but we had to fight the COVID thing, and we did really well with it, but we had to fight. And then we had actually, as you remember, Mark, we actually handed over the stock market. It was higher than just previous to COVID coming in, which was sort of a miracle, frankly. We did a good job. But the tariffs are very important. And I think the psychology, there's great spirit. When Mark came in, he said, congratulations, there's a whole new spirit, there's a whole new light over this country, and really over the world. Because you have somebody that, a whole group of people, really, because I talk about this whole group, that we know what we're doing, and a lot of great things are happening. But I've never seen investment like this. Trillions of dollars is being invested in the United States now that would have never, our country could have failed. Another 4 years of this, what happened in the last 4 years, our country would have been a crime-ridden mess. And I don't know if you noticed, little thing they call it, but it's not a little thing if you like eggs and you don't have a lot of money. Eggs have gone down 25% in the last couple of weeks. We inherited that problem, eggs. Groceries have gone down a little bit. Energy's gone down. Do you want to speak to that for a second, Governor? Would you just say a couple of words, you and Chris, about energy, what's happened?
Well, happy to, but I think that Chris and I just came from CERAWeek, which is the largest conference in the world, so global leaders, people from the EU, officials from all the energy producing countries, all there, and all the global nationals, all the US. The spirit of that group is through the roof, because now they realize that in the United States that President Trump's policies are pro-developing more energy, as opposed to we're trying to shut down energy, and that pro-growth, pro-business, pro-energy approach is giving people the optimism. So then the markets are reacting to that, and energy prices on the futures market are going to go down, because people know we're not going to be killing off the energy we need for prosperity in all of our countries, but also for peace. Because people have used energy to fuel these wars that President Trump is working so hard to end. And we know that high energy prices were driving the inflation that he talked about. So it accomplishes two goals for us, which is prosperity for the world, peace for the world, when we have smart energy policies. And President Trump has brought common sense back to how we think about energy.
And it's brought down now $65 a barrel, I saw this morning. That's phenomenal news. And that's what brought it up. The energy they took our beautiful energy policies and they just messed them up. And then they went immediately back to them but by that time they lost it. They lost that Bronco, as the expression goes. Chris, do you have something to say?
Oh, I think Doug said it well, but you just can't overstate how important the return of common sense, the return of knowledge about energy and pro-American consumers, pro-investment in our country. I think globally that was welcomed. It means capital flows, it means more sobriety and lower energy prices, more economic opportunity for Americans. So yeah, it was an elated atmosphere at a global energy conference.
Well, we're working on one project. It should be very easy. It's a pipeline going through a small section of New York. New York's held it up for years, actually, for years. They've wanted to do it for years and years. And it will reduce the most expensive energy almost in the world is in New England, because they have no way of getting it there because it's been held up by New York. And the whole of New England and Connecticut and New York, the energy prices are through the roof. And this one pipeline will save per family $2,500 just on heating, and another $2,500 on everything else. So the energy, by just a simple pipeline going through an area that wants it, an area that's not a rich area. It's actually a very poor area. We create jobs and everything else. And it's going to be way underground. Nobody's going to see it. Once they fill it up, nobody's going to see it. Nobody's going to know it's there. And families in New York and Connecticut and New England are going to save $5,000 a family. Think of that. Because right now they have the highest energy prices maybe in the world, they say. New England is a disaster. So we're working on that. In fact, the governor's coming in, Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's a very nice woman. She's coming in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to meet me on that and other things. Not only that, but other things. So I hope we don't have to use the extraordinary powers of the federal government to get it done. But if we have to, we will. But I don't think we'll have to. I can tell you Connecticut wants it and all of New England wants it. And who wouldn't want it? And it's also jobs on top of everything else. So that's going to be very exciting. So we're meeting with the governor tomorrow morning.
Mr. President, some people question. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ultimate respect to this man. He's willing to meet with Democrat governors, Democrat leaders, Democrat legislatures. He's ready to meet with anybody as long as it aligns with his dream for America and what he said during his campaign trails. He's ready to serve. Everything he mentioned, every promises he made, he wants to keep his words. This is why I respect him. And people are going to say everything they want to say about Trump. Like, you can never do anything to satisfy people in this world. So, but I'm giving him his flowers, man. He's been very strong. He's been smart. He's gone through a lot and is still standing tall and leading America to greatness. Special.
Greenland. What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting them potentially to
Well, I think it'll happen. And I'm just thinking, I didn't give it much thought before, but I'm sitting with a man that could be very instrumental. Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful. And we'll be talking to you. It's a very appropriate, really a very appropriate question.
There's an issue in the high north, so the Arctic. So what you did. So when it comes to Greenland, yes or not joining the US, I would leave that outside for me, this discussion, because I don't want to drag NATO in that. But when it comes to the high north and the Arctic, you are totally right. The Chinese are now using these routes. We know that the Russians are rearming. We know we have a lack of icebreakers. So the fact that the outside Russia, there are 7 Arctic countries working together on this under US leadership is very important to make sure that that region, that part of the world stays safe. And we know things are changing there and we have to be there.
Well, we just had an election there the other day. Do you see a referendum, a plebiscite, where the people of Greenland would be in a position to decide if they want to become part of the United States?
Yeah, it was a good election for us, as you know. It was not a referendum. It wouldn't be called that. It was an individual election. But the person that did the best is a very good person, as far as we're concerned. And so we'll be talking about it, and it's very important. Mark mentioned the word icebreaker. So we've ordered, we're in the process of ordering 48 icebreakers. And Canada wants to know if they could use them. I said, well, you got to pay for them. Think of it, Canada. We pay for their military. Canada pays very little for their military because they think we're going to protect them. But even with the icebreakers, so we're going to order 48, and Canada wants to be part of the deal. I say, you got to get your own icebreakers. I mean, if you're a state, you can be part of the deal. But if you're a separate country, you got to get your own icebreakers. Russia, as you know, has about 40 of them. And we have one big icebreaker. But that whole area is becoming very important. And for a lot of reasons, the routes are, very direct to Asia, to Russia, and you have ships all over the place, and we have to have protection. So we're going to have to make a deal on that, and Denmark is not able to do that. Denmark's very far away and really has nothing to do. What happens, a boat landed there 200 years ago or something, and they say they have rights to it. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is, actually. But we've been dealing with Denmark, we've been dealing with Greenland, and we have to do it. We really need it for national security. I think that's why NATO might have to get involved in a way, because we really need Greenland for national security. It's very important. You know, we have a couple of bases on Greenland already, and we have quite a few soldiers, and maybe you'll see more and more soldiers go there. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pete? So, don't answer that, Pete. Don't answer that question. But we have bases, and we have quite a few soldiers on Greenland.
Mr. President, some people question your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Your commitment to NATO. Will anything change? Same amount of money?
Well, I think they made a great step by putting Mark in charge. I think, to me, that's a great step, because he and I have seen eye to eye on everything for a long time. We've been doing this a long time now.
9 years now.
And so that's a great step. You have to keep NATO strong. You have to keep it relevant. But the biggest thing we have to worry about right now is what's going on right now. I think the rest is going to take care of itself. I don't see this happening. This was a fluke. This was something that, if we had a competent president, it would not have happened. The man was grossly incompetent. All you have to do is take a look at, he signs by AutoPen. Who was signing all this stuff by AutoPen? Who would think you signed important documents by AutoPen? You know, these are major documents you're signing. You're proud to sign them. You have your signature on something. In 300 years, they say, oh, look, can you imagine? Everything was signed by AutoPen, almost everything. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. So, should have never happened.
Tomorrow with the Justice Department about law and order. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're going to be with the Justice Department. We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic, and Todd Blanche and Emil, you got to know him a little bit. He was acting for a little while. And some other people are incredible in the Justice Department, and I consider the FBI to be a part of it in a sense, and Cash is going to be fantastic, and all the people. Dan Bongino, I love that. I mean, I love that. I think Dan is great. I think we have unbelievable people, and all I'm going to do is set out my vision. It's going to be their vision, really, but it's my ideas, and basically we don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person that did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things, the complete gamut. So I look forward to that. That'll be tomorrow at the Justice Department.
Mr. President, you're a man of peace. You said it several times, and you made it very clear. A man of peace dealing with belligerent people. Yeah. And I'm thinking, we saw how you handled Zelensky in this very own room. What is your leverage on Putin? Are you thinking sanctions? What if he refuses to?
Well, I do have leverage, but I don't want to talk about leverage now, because right now we're talking to him, and based on the statements he made today, they were pretty positive, I think. So I don't want to talk about that. I hope Russia's going to make the deal too. And I think once that deal happens, you're never going to be in a process. I don't think they're going back to shooting again. I really believe if we had if we get a peace treaty, a ceasefire treaty, I think that leads to peace. That's going to really lead to peace. I don't think anyone wants to go back. They've been doing this for a long time, and it's vicious and violent. And I think if President Putin agrees and does a ceasefire, I think we're going to be in very good shape to get it done. We want to get it over with. That's why it was very important what I instructed everybody, including Steve, what we're looking for, to discuss concepts of land, concepts of power plants, because it's complicated. You know, you have you're sort of creating the edge of a country. The sad part is that country, if this didn't happen, and it wouldn't have happened, I don't know if they would have to give anything back. I guess Crimea, you know, I said it last time, Crimea was given by Obama. Biden gave him the whole thing, and Bush gave him Georgia. And Trump didn't give him anything. I gave him, you know what I gave him? I gave them javelins. And the javelins were very effective, as you know. I gave them nothing.
2019.
And then also, if you take a look, I was the one that stopped the pipeline going into Europe. It was totally stopped. Nord Stream 2, nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 before I came along. But I got along very well with President Putin. I got along with most of them. I get along great with President Xi. I got along great with Kim Jong-un. I got along great with all of them. And we had no wars. We had no problems. We wiped out ISIS in record time. General Raisin Kane, and he wiped them out. And he was going to be our new chief, right? He's going to be the head of Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he's a highly respected man. He's going to be great. Pete's going to be fantastic. I have no doubt about it. We have a great team, really great team. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, some of our allies have said that they're worried that they could be the next to be attacked by Russia. You've spoken directly with the Russian president.
Yeah.
Do you think those fears are justified?
No, I don't. I think when this gets done, it's done. They're going to all want to go home and rest. I don't see it happening. Nope, I don't see that happening. And we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Not going to happen, but we'll make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Leaders from Russia and Iran are heading to Beijing tomorrow to discuss nuclear programs. What do you hope to get out of that?
Well, maybe they're going to talk about non-nuclear programs. Maybe they're going to be talking about the de-escalation of nuclear weapons, because, you know, I was talking about that with President Putin very strongly, and we could have done something had that election not been rigged. We would have had something. I think I would have made a deal with Putin on de-escalation, denuclearization, as they say. But we would have de-escalated nuclear weapons, because the power of nuclear weapons is so great and so devastating. And right now, Russia and us have by far the most, but China will catch us within 5 years. China doesn't have, but they're in the process of building, and they build. And within 4 or 5 years, they'll probably have the same.
And by the way, this is a Republican tradition. Ronald Reagan, when he negotiated with Gorbachev in the 1980s about bringing down the number of nuclear weapons, it's what you have been doing your first term, and it is important.
It would be a great achievement if we could bring down the number. We have so many weapons, and the power is so great. And number one, you don't need them to that extent. And then we'd have to get others, because, as you know, in a smaller way. Kim Jong-un has a lot of nuclear weapons, by the way, a lot. And others do also. You have India, you have Pakistan, you have others that have them. And we'd get them involved. But we started off with Russia and us. We have by far the most. And we were going to denuclearize. And that was going to happen. And then we were going to China. And I spoke to China. I spoke to President Xi about it. And he really liked the idea. You know, he liked not to spend trillions of dollars building weapons that hopefully he's never going to have to use. And because they are very expensive also. So that would have been great. Okay, one or two more.
There's been tension in the...
Thank you. We're looking at an impending government shutdown Friday midnight.
Yeah.
Democrats for 30 years straight have said if there's a shutdown, bad things happen. Do you anticipate direct negotiations yourself with conference leader of the Democrats, Chuck Schumer?
If they need me, I'm there 100%. It's right now it's 2 or 3 people. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault. You know, we passed a bill where we had an incredible Republican vote. We only had one negative vote, a grandstander. You know, one grandstander. There's always a grandstander in the lot. But it was amazing. People were amazed that the Republicans were able to vote in unison like that, so strongly. If there's a shutdown, even the Democrats admit it'll be their fault. And I'm hearing a lot of Democrats are going to vote for it, and I hope they do. This is an extension. But ultimately, we want to vote for one big, beautiful bill where we put the taxes in, we put everything in. We're going to have big tax cuts. We're going to have tremendous incentives for companies coming into our country and employing lots of people. It'll be, I called it, in a rare moment, one big, beautiful bill. That's what I like, and it seems to be that's where they're heading. And we'll have to take care of something to do with Los Angeles. A place called Los Angeles almost burned to the ground. By the way, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had a break in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water, and the water is now flowing down. They have so much water, they don't know what to do. They were sending it out to the Pacific for environmental reasons. Okay, can you believe it? And in the meantime, they lost 25,000 houses. They lost, and nobody's ever seen anything like it. But we have the water. I'd love to show you a picture. You've seen the picture. The water is flowing through the half pipes. You know, we have the big half pipes that go down. 25 years ago, they used to have plenty of water, but they turned it off for environmental reasons. Well, I turned it on for environmental reasons and also fire reasons. But and I've been asking them to do that during my first term. I said, do it. I didn't think anything could happen like this, but they didn't have enough water. Now the farmers are going to have water for their land, and the water is in there. But I actually had to break in. We broke in to do it because we had people that were afraid to give water. They were, in particular, they were trying to protect a certain little fish. And I said, how do you protect the fish if you don't have water? They didn't have any water, so they're protecting a fish. And that didn't work out too well, by the way. So they have a lot of water going down throughout California, all coming out from the Pacific Northwest, even some from Canada. Thank you, Canada, very much. I appreciate it. Next thing you know, they'll want to turn the water off. They want to charge us for the water. But it comes up from the Pacific Northwest, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I mean, it is brimming with water. Now, if they would have had that done, you wouldn't have had the damage because the fire would have been put out. The fire hydrants would have been loaded. The sprinklers in people's living rooms and bedrooms would have been loaded up with water. They had no water. The government makes them put sprinklers, and they had no water in the sprinklers because they had no water. So the water is flowing, and we're going to have to give a lot of money to Los Angeles to help them. And the Democrats are going to want to do that. So that's the one thing different. And frankly, I think that makes it a lot easier. But one of the big thing is we have the big, beautiful bill. We got to get that done. And that will put our country in a position like it's never been. It's a reduction of taxes. It's tremendous incentives for companies to come from all over the world into our country. It's great environmentally, but it's not this environmental scam that we went through, that we all went through. It provides for everything. It's a big, beautiful bill, and I hope we can get it approved, and that'll be next. But in the meantime, we have the continuing resolution, and the Republicans have approved it, and now the Democrats have to approve it, and I hope they will. And I think a lot of them, I can tell you, they want to. I've spoken to some of them. They really want to. Their leadership may not want them to. And if it closes, it's purely on the Democrats. One more?
On Korea, sir, we've seen tension increasing in the peninsula. You've talked about Kim Jong-un. Do you have any plans of re-establishing the relationship you had during the first mandate?
Well, I would. I had a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. If I wasn't elected, if Hillary got in, you would have had a nuclear war with North Korea. He expected it. He expected it. And they said, oh, thousands of people. No, millions of people would have been killed. But I got in. We went to Singapore, we met. We went to Vietnam, we met. We got along really good. We had a very good relationship, and we still do. We still do. You don't have that threat that you had. I mean, look, when I was running the first time, it looked like there was going to be a war with North Korea. You know that better than anyone.
Tensions were high.
Yeah, and
everybody
it started off.
was startled that you invited him for talks,
right.
but you did.
It started off very rough, and he wouldn't meet with Obama, wouldn't take his calls. I said, how many times did you call? They called a lot. He wouldn't take their call. He told me I wouldn't take his call. But with me, it did start off rough, if you remember. Very rough, actually, very nasty.
That was a Singapore?
And yeah, but then, no, before that, then it stopped. The rhetoric was extremely tough. It was...
you had a speech in the UN, I remember.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little bit dangerous. And then we met. They asked for a meeting, and we met. And the meeting caused the Olympics, which was in South Korea, to become a tremendous success. Nobody was buying tickets for the Olympics because they didn't want to be nuked. And I met, and not only did the Olympics become successful, but North Korea participated in the Olympics.
His sister visited.
It was an amazing thing. And that was something that was an achievement of the Trump administration, great achievement. And so I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un, and we'll see what happens, but certainly he's a nuclear power. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Live show. Shout out to everybody for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is $4.99. Okay, support your boy. How are we doing this beautiful evening? Do you want to keep going or you want to end it for now? Probably do like 1 or 2 more and then we're going to end it and we're going to come back. Okay, probably do a Senate hearing after this one is done. But with that being said, can you guys rate Trump first 100 days? How do you rate Trump? How do you rate the OG? All right. Interest rate is coming down. Interest rate is coming down, ladies and gentlemen. And that is good news. All right, let's listen to what Anderson Cooper has to say. Interest rate coming down, border secured, wars coming to an end. Come on.
President Trump went to the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, and stood in front of a memorial wall dedicated to CIA officers killed in the line of duty. He used it as a backdrop for a speech that was largely about himself, his grievances, and his perceived enemies. That speech was the day after his inauguration, and at the time, it shocked a lot of people. It was a breach of decorum and grace. Well, today he did the same kind of thing, and perhaps it was no big surprise. His backdrop this time was the Department of Justice, which he's already filled with his attorneys and supporters. The setting was far more meaningful. It appeared to be a victory lap over the agency that indicted him in 2 federal cases that were dismissed after he won the election. His speech came after a number of DOJ attorneys and FBI agents involved in the prosecutions of the January 6 attackers that he pardoned were forced out. The president invoked a lot of his standard campaign lines about weaponization of justice against him and references to Hunter Biden's laptop. He even exited to the Village People's YMCA. The president made it clear all that pre-election talk about retribution, he meant every word.
We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary.
A purge has already begun in the Justice Department. In January, more than a dozen attorneys who worked on January 6 prosecutions were expelled. Last month, at least 8 senior prosecutors who worked on the cases were demoted. Earlier this month, James Dennehy, the top agent in the FBI's largest field office in New York, was forced out after he told colleagues in an email that officials there were, quote, being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with the law and FBI policy.
I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages.
Now, of course, the January 6 rioters were not hostages. They were not political prisoners, and it's shameful to compare them to actual political prisoners. Let's not forget Mr. Trump pardoned and commuted sentences
President
for hundreds
Trump,
charged with or convicted of violent felony crimes, assaulting police officers, using a deadly weapon, participating in a riot, destroying government property. The longest sentence, 22 years, went to the former head of the so-called Proud Boys for seditious conspiracy and other charges. Even Vice President Vance and House Speaker Mike Johnson had said prior to the pardons that violent criminals should not receive them. Well, there were other false claims as well in the speech today.
The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades.
Again, not true, according to actual FBI statistics. Let's see if they keep keeping statistics in the future. Violent crime in 2023 declined across the U.S. Murders down 12%. As for the first 6 months of last year, another big drop, murders down 23%. This is what the president said about border apprehensions.
Our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded.
Well, as our Daniel Dale notes, this might be true had the president said the lowest level of illegal border crossings in many decades, but he didn't. What's more, the drop began during the Biden administration. Federal data released in September showed 54,000 encounters with migrants crossing the southern U.S. border. That's their lowest level since 2020. The president also attacked former President Biden.
We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore, let's not find him guilty, I guess.
The former president was not found guilty, essentially or otherwise. There was no judicial ruling. He wasn't charged with a crime. This is what the special counsel wrote in part, quote, "The evidence does not establish Mr. Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt." Also, Robert Hur wrote that, quote, "Several defenses are likely to create reasonable doubt as to such charges." Now, we should know that the president had praise for one member of the judicial system.
We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon, and I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial. But I did appoint her, federal judge. And these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal.
Judge Eileen Cannon in Florida oversaw, critics said, slow-walked the classified documents case. She eventually dismissed it. A conservative appeals court repeatedly reversed her rulings in a separate 2022 lawsuit brought by Mr. Trump involving the documents, scolding her for giving Mr. Trump special treatment no other private citizen would receive, and shut down the review. Joining me now, CNN senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Elie Honig, Adam Kinzinger, former Republican congressman who served on the House January 6th Select Committee, and former U.S. District Court Judge Shira Shenlin. Congressman Kinzinger, to see him at the Department of Justice in front of that crowd, what did you make of it?
It's chilling. I mean, I think he was sending a very clear message, which is, this is my Department of Justice.
Thank you.
He didn't come right out and say, hey, I'm going to direct you guys to go prosecute these people. But he would talk. I saw with, like, Cannon, he said, you know, there were people that went after, I don't know if it was illegal, but it was certainly, so he's sending a very chilling message. And the other interesting thing is, what you see in there are, he's kind of giving a forgiving attitude to DOJ, in essence saying, look, from here out, you guys are my people, good to go. Let's talk about what old DOJ did. And in the process of that, you heard people applauding. You'd hear people applaud when he'd mention the name of the FBI director or whatever. And it was very creepy. And this is something that I think Americans, regardless of your political position, should really be worried about.
Elie, I mean, you know the Department of Justice. You worked at the Department of Justice for many years. Have you ever seen something like this?
No, Anderson. What happened today, that speech was a desecration of the Justice Department, of the Great Hall of Justice, where it was given. AGs and occasionally presidents of both parties have used that room for decades to address the rank and file, like I once was, to call on the highest principles of DOJ. The person who that building is named after is Robert F. Kennedy, Sr., to be clear. And just to give a sense of the type of speech that ordinarily gets given by an AG to prosecutors. I pulled this. I just want to read real quick how RFK ended a speech he gave in 1962 when he was AG. He said to the group, "In closing, let me tell you how important I think your work is to the future of our country. History knows no inevitability except as men surrender to their own fears of the future. I salute you and I wish you well in your work." Now today, by contrast, we have Donald Trump calling prosecutors Marxist, scum, savages, and thugs. We have a 5-minute speech on Bobby Knight in Indiana basketball. We have talk about the price of eggs and bacon. We have stuff about Hunter Biden's laptop. We have a riff about Norm Eisen, why I have no idea. We have the fact that probably not a fact, but the claim that firefighters voted for him by 94%. We have mentions of Al Capone, Wyatt Earp, Rudy Giuliani. And then it ends I actually thought I was hearing something wrong. YMCA, that song, they played it and he danced to it on the stage of the Great Hall. It was disgraceful.
Judge, what did you make of it? I mean, yeah. How do you think actually sitting federal judges, who obviously they work for a separate branch, but watching that, what do you think they feel?
You know, it's funny. It's all projection. He seemed to take the opposite position of what you would think on everything. So he said it was so terrible of the media to attack Justice Cannon, Judge Cannon. She's such a wonderful judge. She's brilliant. She was terrific. And the media was so unfair to her. And it's as if he didn't realize what's going on with attacking judges now, calling them traitors, calling them they should be impeached. And his henchmen, Musk, Mike Johnson, et cetera, they are going forward with thinking about impeaching federal judges for making decisions they think are right. So on the one hand, he was so critical of attacking Cannon, and on the other hand, didn't see that it's the flip side. And so that just really stunned me that he didn't see that parallel. And he did that in a couple of other contexts too. He talked about the weaponization of the Justice Department. I can't imagine anything more weaponized than the way he handled that speech as what he called himself the chief law enforcement officer of the country, as if he's now going to direct the Justice Department, the FBI, what they should do, who they should prosecute. And he went after his enemies list.
I mean, there used to be this sort of agonizing of presidents about, meeting with the head of the Department of Justice, about keeping independence,
Right.
not the president not influencing stuff. Having a FBI director that stays over for multiple administrations. It could be a Republican, it could be a Democrat. The idea that there was weaponization, but now there's not going to be. I mean, it's an Orwellian sort of.
Well, exactly. He gave them the hit list. He told them exactly who he really wants prosecuted, starting with Alvin Bragg, Tish James, Norman Eisen, Mark Pomerantz. I mean, he laid out a whole list. Biden, of course, and many others. And that was the list. And he's basically sending a message, go after them. They were not fair to me. They need to be prosecuted.
If I can pick up on that quickly. Look, I was critical of a lot of the Trump prosecutions. Anderson, you know well. I said many times I disagreed with the way some of these cases were charged and tried. That said, think about what Donald Trump's logic here is. He basically stood in front of that crowd and said, I've experienced firsthand, I know how brutal it is when DOJ gets used against you. Now, we're going to do it back to everyone else. I mean, it's a childlike view. It's retributive. He just went on a bender, essentially. It's illogical and it's dangerous.
It's illogical and it's dangerous when it's his turn. But when y'all doing what y'all doing, somebody has anything to say. But now it's too much. All right, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. God bless you for being here, for being a part of the show, for sticking around. All right, let's see. Everybody double tap your screen. All right, turn on your notification bell and enjoy the show. I like listening to CNN because I want to hear what they have to say.
Is this Donald Trump's Fifth Avenue moment? Our friend SC poses that question, that after all that he's done and all that he's survived, is the economy that what may test his strong following and whether it in fact is Teflon? SE, you say that it might be.
Well, yeah, I know that for years, Trump's detractors, myself included, thought, well, this'll be it, right? It started with the Access Hollywood tape. I think a lot of his fans thought, oh, he can't survive this. He did. Then came impeachments. Then came Jan 6th, an insurrection. Then came criminal charges. He's a criminal now. And I think at every turn, his detractors thought, well, this will be the end of him. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of his voters. They don't care about impeachments and insurrections, morality, immorality. They care about their bottom line. And so they care about their bank accounts. They care about their retirement accounts, their home prices, the cost of goods. I think it was never, could he shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose voters? I think it's always been, can he shoot America, the political equivalent? Can he blow up the American economy and not lose voters? That's the test the test of that theory right now.
I will only quibble with one part of this. I don't think that this is a conversation about Trump's voters. I think it's a conversation about swing voters, about the independents, the people who keep going back
Came
and
to him
forth,
maybe for the
ping-ponging
first
between
time. Yeah.
Democrats and Republicans. The Trump people actually, there might not be anything he could do that they would leave him for. But the people in the middle, they don't like their money being messed with.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening right now.
I was thinking about what you were just saying about and I agree. First off, thank you. Great article, by the way.
Thanks.
And I think that you were able to really contextualize what a lot of people thought. We had a lot of outrage. Just like you, I thought that, well, this will be it. This will be it. Yeah. But to your point, the people in the middle who actually voted for Trump, who thought, okay, maybe he's a businessman. I hear this philosophy all the time. The election was about the economy. He's a businessman. He's a millionaire, soon to be billionaire, or could be. He's going to make the right decisions. And we're seeing in real time. And I'll share a personal story. I go home last week. My grandmother is 95. I always lower her age. She gets upset. She says, don't do that. She's 95 years old. She goes, I am 95 and proud to be 95. And she says to me, she looks directly at me, and I don't know how aware she is of everything, but she is very aware. She goes, I need you to start saving your money because the way that it looks now, and she voted for Trump. She said, we are in trouble, and I made a mistake.
Grandma knows.
95 years old. She lived in the segregated South. She says, this scares me, and I haven't been this scared since I was a kid.
Man, look, for real, Grandma.
It is day 53. That's not what it feels like, though, in this whirlwind of President Trump's second term. And now some of his swing state supporters are expressing some buyer's remorse. They're sounding off in a focus group co-conducted by Axios. It's a group that consisted of 13 voters from battleground Michigan who voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but then for Donald Trump last year.
Axios reported that most expressed frustration and worry using words like erratic, frightening, disruptive, and dictator to describe their concerns.
It's getting to the point where I'm almost scared to watch the news.
A lot of his actions have just been disruptive and creating chaos.
I don't think anyone would have voted for him if they expected to see what we're seeing now.
I was voting for him based off of the economy the first time around, and
bunch of caps.
I'm seeing a significant decline.
It's very scary.
Only one voter in that focus group, though, said that she would pick Kamala Harris if she were to do it all over again. Let's talk about this with veteran pollster and communications strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, you said a moment ago as we were watching that soundbite that focus group was too small. They needed a larger sample to get a range of opinions. I do wonder, from folks that you've heard from, are they expressing a similar remorse, folks that supported President Trump?
It's more like disappointment. And they love his agenda, and they really love his action. They want stuff to change here. And by the way, I know that you don't want me to use a four-letter word, so I'm going to be careful. But they are determined to see action. And so they appreciate that. But they don't like the language. They don't like the approach. The execution is what's failing him. And in the end, the public will respond to what they see as the actual change. But over the next few months, if his language continues to be off, and that of Elon Musk as well, it's going to hurt him in the polls.
When you say their language is off, what do you mean?
If you are taking down the size of government, you do so out of disappointment, out of regret, that it's not delivering the accountability, the responsibility. We're trying to make government more efficient, more effective. That's not the language he's using.
Cruelty is what we're hearing in some cases.
That's how the voters are responding to it. And it's because it looks like he's doing so out of glee, out of excitement, rather than out of a solemn sense that we have to do better. I want to emphasize, because I'm going to get this right, they support the agenda. They support the effort. They don't like how it's being done.
I do wonder, there's a new CNN poll released today. It shows a majority, 59%, do not approve of how the president is handling U.S.-Russia relations. This was before Vladimir Putin's lukewarm response to the proposed ceasefire with Ukraine. This was also before he essentially rejected that plan altogether. When you break it down by party, does it go as you expect with Republicans supporting the president? What does it tell you?
So again, it's all about nuance. The public support for military action in Ukraine, where the tax dollars are going towards it, has dropped considerably since Trump turned against Ukraine. That said, they still see Vladimir Putin as the enemy. They see him as the reason why this is happening. They don't want pressure put on Ukraine. They want to put on Putin. But they don't want American dollars being spent. And this is why this is such a hard administration to analyze, because you can take both sides of the case. You can say that he's succeeding, you can say that he's failing, and you're going to be correct. But you have to do both sides. It's the only way that you're being honest with the American people.
That's why we have you here, because you can sort of parse that. I do want to talk about something. This is something that Vice President J.D. Vance said in an interview last night. Let's listen.
Rome wasn't built in a day, of course. This is not going to happen overnight. But I think that both businesses and workers are ultimately going to benefit from President Trump's policies.
Can you rule out a recession, even a temporary one?
Well, look, I think you never can predict the future, but I think the economy, the fundamentals of the economy are actually quite strong right now.
Here's the issue.
Well, wait, can I play one thing?
Yes.
Because we were both around in 2008, and we remember someone talking about the fundamentals of the economy being strong. It was a different economy, but let's listen to John McCain saying this in September of 2008.
Our economy, I think, still, the fundamentals of our economy are strong, but these are very, very difficult times.
Infamous words. I do want to be very clear. Like I said, it's a different economy. That was just days after the collapse of Lehman Brothers. This is a different economy, to be clear. But messaging is so important. And those are words generally you want to stay away from. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm looking at this and all I can think of is one word: tariff. And this administration has been all into applying them, or maybe not, or maybe so. So you've got this going back and forth. He's using it as a negotiating tool, and for that it's okay. Here's the problem. The public does not fully understand why tariffs are used, does not fully understand the impact of them. He's trying to explain that there's a long-term and a short-term difference, and that you have to go through a little bit of pain to get a lot of benefit. The public does not understand that. They cannot take this whiplash. They're watching the markets, which the president did define as a good economy back 5 years ago, and the markets hate this. Look, he's going to be unsuccessful on the economy if the prices of food and fuel don't come down. Housing and healthcare, and now because of tariffs, the automobile. These are the 5 areas that he needs to be tracking every single day. He's not explaining it. This is not a given. The public does not understand it. They hear the arguments against it. And one more point. Harris figured out to call it a tax increase. But the problem is she wasn't talking about this enough during her campaign, that all she was doing was beating up on Trump. If she had started the campaign about 2 weeks earlier saying this is not a tariff, this is a tax, she would have done better than what she did. The president has a responsibility to explain to the American people why we need this entity, why we need this strategy. If he does, his numbers will hold. If he doesn't, they will continue to deteriorate.
We are set to hear from President Trump in just a few hours. We'll see if perhaps there's a shift. Maybe, maybe not. Frank Luntz, always appreciate your analysis. Thanks for joining us.
Everybody knows Frank Luntz is smart, okay? But during the campaign, he once said that maybe Trump wasn't going to win the election. But so, I mean, it is what it is.
Remember when House Republican leadership told their members not to do town halls? Well, North Carolina's Chuck Edwards didn't listen, and he had an earful.
I happen to believe very much that President Trump supports our Constitution.
And that was just one of the more tame moments, by the way, because things quickly went off the rails. CNN's Isabel Rosales was in the room for all of it. Isabel?
It was a packed house inside, the auditorium reaching a max capacity of 300 people. But there were several hundred others here outside that were waiting for hours to get in, only to be turned away. So loud at times that you could hear them from inside of the town hall. The questions ranged from everything from Ukraine to DOGE, the federal workers that have been fired. That certainly struck a nerve. Many of those jobs held by veterans. The congressman pressed time and time again about those cuts that many of his constituents were worried could impact Hurricane Helene recovery efforts. Then there was this heated exchange from a man who identified himself as a veteran shortly after the town hall began. Listen.
You're lying. I'm a veteran. You don't give a about me.
Oh.
You don't get the You don't get to take away our rights. You don't get to take our rights. Get off of me. You don't get to do it. Come on, you guys.
And right after the town hall, the congressman took questions from reporters, and just feet away, this moment of people pounding on the glass doors, shouting "shame on you" and other chants, extremely loud, yelling, wanting their voices to be heard. But I did also hear from other constituents saying thank you to Congressman Edwards for even holding an in-person town hall to begin with. Laura.
Isabel, thank you so much. I want to bring in CNN analyst and New York Times White House correspondent Zolan Cano-Youngs, former senior advisor to the Trump presidential campaign, Brian Lanza, and former special assistant to President Biden, Michael LaRosa. Thank you all for being here. I'll begin with you, Zolan, because we know the president has paid attention in the past, particularly when it comes to veterans. Will this resonate with him?
I mean, we'll have to see. I think for the White House right now, it's not going to be an individual town hall, but more so what that represents broadly. Now, I do think what could resonate is right now, I believe it was a CNN poll that found this week that the perception of Trump's handling, that the approval rating of Trump's handling of the economy essentially mirrors his overall approval rating right now, about 45%. That's a difference from the first term. In the first term, when he came into office, consistently, the approval rating of his handling of the economy was higher than his overall approval rating. I say that, and I connect it to this event, because when you have economic frustration, you have to wonder if the patience will start to lower for some of the actions that we're seeing in Washington. We've mentioned often that this upending of the federal bureaucracy does not just impact people in DC, but people jobs throughout the country. You add that to economic frustration, potentially, it's early, higher consumer prices as you see more tariffs, well, then will you start to see more examples of town halls like this?
Well, Republicans have been told not to do these sort of town halls. I don't know if that's the solution to kind of cover your ears to what's happening, but what do you make of an evening like that where they're obviously hearing it from people about their frustrations?
Listen, town halls are tough, and Republicans should hear it, and they should hold it. I mean, they should get in front of as many people and make their case. I mean, President Trump made his case in November of why he should get elected. He wanted to shrink government. He wanted to focus on the economy. He wanted to end the war. You know, he is doing those things. The things that he's doing are defensible. He can actually talk about what the progress they're making with respect to these things. He has to have these conversations, and the best line of defense is going to be those House members that are doing those. So I think it's a disservice that we're asking them not to do it. I think they need to get there. They need to prep, and they need to have the smart questions. But I also think the theatrics plays into our hands. You know, the veterans, you know, he has a strong voice. He should say something. But he has to be respectful in this conversation, because the vast majority of the people in town halls are respectful. And we've seen over the years it's gotten this disrespectful tone, and it actually helps President Trump. That's what I think. And, you know, I think you have to answer the tough questions. And the reality is you're right. The CNN poll earlier this week, or last week, I think it showed that people had less confidence in President Trump with respect to consumer prices. What did we see this week? We saw inflation's now going down. We saw the prices of gas and eggs go down. So, I mean, you can't measure it week after week. You have to measure it month for month. And in 1 month's time, President Trump, we've seen him now drop the prices of eggs. We've seen the gas prices go down. Those are good things.
I mean, interesting enough, to ask some of the people in these town halls to be respectful, I understand the premise, but they feel as though they are not just being disrespected, that they are being actively harmed. They're speaking out at these town halls. Democrats, I know now, are thinking about holding their own town halls in Republican areas to be able to hear this. Is that the right way to react to this and perhaps seize on it?
Well, I saw Governor Walz is doing something similar to that in Minnesota. I would actually agree with Brian, actually, on the response that the congressman had in terms of holding these town halls. I think it's the right thing to do. You know, Democrats can learn lessons from this. You don't retreat when you're under attack, right? You have to, as James Carville once said, or Bill Clinton once said, actually, you have to run into the fire. As Democrats, when it comes to the press, we run away from the fire. We've been doing that a lot for the last couple of years. We have to run into it. And so...
Why do they run away?
Well, there is a culture in the Democratic Party right now that has treated the press as a hazard instead of an opportunity. And I didn't always agree with that approach, but that was the approach that the Biden White House took, and the Biden campaign took all the time. I never understood it. I came from television, so my instinct is to always engage. But too many staffers, too many strategists in our party are too fearful, too skeptical, and treat the press with suspicion, which doesn't engender the trust you need on both sides to get the job done, and it doesn't help Democrats sell their message.
It's been more than just press caution with the press, too, when it comes to Democrats. It also seems like there's an intentional strategy right now by Democrats up until this point to be really, really cautious about choosing what to swing at when it comes to the Trump administration.
Well, they're swinging at tariffs right now, and that's one area that I think they believe they're going to be successful in. But you heard Trump already saying that he is not backing down on this issue, even though he's been accused of giving everyone whiplash on this very issue.
It's the perfect example of what Carville wrote about in the New York Times. Play dead, right? Get out of his way. The events.
Well, that's different. That's different things. Playing dead and getting out of his way are different things.
Staying out of his way, meaning you don't need any, we don't need to do protests at these federal agencies. We don't the events will be the wind that we need at our backs going into the midterms. The midterms is the long game because in order to govern, you have to win elections. In order to win elections, you have to focus on winning and not trying to win the argument all the time. And Democrats are too focused on trying to be right. No, we got to try to win the election. All right. So allow these frontliners on the DCCC in the marginal districts, let them off the hook, let them vote with Republicans occasionally. Let's focus on, we're going to take back the House. There's only a 2-seat deficit. We just can't screw it up. But that is why we need to focus on.
I mean, that's a high order for some. I mean, times to think about that, given what's happened recently.
It is, but we did gain 2 seats in this last election. The margins are so close. Republicans need Democrats because Democrats are in better shape than people realize when it comes to money, infrastructure, recruitment. Now it's going to be, can we leverage the events like tariffs? Can we use that to our advantage? Because it's very unpopular.
Brian, what's the Republican response if they are going to pick and choose their battles and not have hair on fire? What are the Republicans going to do?
I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Well, listen, I think Republicans are going to watch them lose again. I mean, listen, we saw every tactic employed in 2016 to try to stop President Trump. Scandal of the week, outrage of the hour, and those things didn't work. At the end of the day, the only way the Democratic Party wins is if it actually has a message for the American people. It can't be tariffs are bad, because we've had this whole month of the media saying tariffs are bad, Democrats and Republicans saying tariffs are bad. It's going to hurt the economy. And what did we see in 1 month's time? We see inflation go down.
It's not just the media saying and then reverse engineering a result, right? The markets are showing spiraling. Yep. They are having people concerned about their 401k. You're talking about pensions. You hear the influx of it. I mean, the quote in the poll you were talking about. There's a new Quinnipiac poll I want to put on the screen for people too. Just 23% of voters say the state of the economy is excellent or good. So despite the idea that Republicans could feel confident about how people feel it, the numbers say something very different.
Listen, what the number that's most important is when Donald Trump took his oath of office, inflation rate was at 3.1%. Where is it today? It's at 2.8%. So it's moving in the right direction, which is what we've learned from the last election, that the most important number that matters is affordability and matters is inflation. It doesn't matter what the stock market looks like. It doesn't matter what unemployment looks like. The thing that people are feeling the most is affordability. And if you look at what's happened to gas prices, and if you look at what happened to eggs prices, which I was on this show, we were talking about it, everybody on CNN was talking about egg prices. A month into his administration, egg prices are down from when he started.
Just incredible. That is just incredible. Like a month into his administration and egg prices are already down. Put some respect on this man's name, y'all. Put some respect on his name. Shout out to Marco Rubio. G7 summit.
Should have used the real backdrop now. Well, I just had a couple points and we'll answer your questions, and I'm sure you're dying to get home. So first I want to thank Canada. They did a great job of hosting this, and Foreign Minister Jolie, who had to leave here. She's going to go be sworn in, remain in her post, and she's become a friend in the last few weeks as we've worked together. I knew her a little bit before, but gotten to know her now, obviously, in this role. They did a great job of hosting it, a beautiful place, and so we're grateful to them. I think we have a very strong statement from the G7. Hopefully you've gotten that by now and have been able to see it. A very strong statement on a number of issues of mutual concern. We touched those topics. It was a really good engagement, and obviously there'll be some follow-up. And it sort of sets up for the leaders' meeting later on this year. And we hope that'll be equally productive. But we felt really good about the statement, worked hard on it. I think it reflects our points on a number of topics. And I would just say the one takeaway, you're going to ask me questions about things that are going on in different bilateral relationships and so forth. But I think what's important, and something I said at the outset, which everybody agreed with, is that we're not going to allow the things we disagree on, and we'll disagree on things, to keep us from working closely on the things we agree on. And there are a lot of those. And hopefully the statement reflects that, and our actions will reflect that. And so we feel really good about it. The other announcement, and I think that's already reflected in the President's statements, there was what we felt was a very positive and productive engagement yesterday with President Putin and Special Envoy Witkoff. Obviously, he is on his way back. He should be back, and hopefully we'll convene this weekend. We'll examine the Russian position more closely and determine, the President will then determine what the next steps are. Suffice it to say, I think there is reason to be cautiously optimistic. But by the same token, we continue to recognize this is a difficult and complex situation. It will not be easy. It will not be simple. But we certainly feel like we're at least some steps closer to ending this war and bringing peace. But it's still a long journey. It's a journey of many steps. But this is positive momentum. Obviously, we'll see what Russia and others are willing to do. It's not just Russia. Obviously, it has to be things acceptable to Ukraine. But it's been a good week in that front, but there's a lot of work that remains to be done. But, there's reason to be cautiously optimistic, but we'll know more once Special Envoy Witkoff, Ambassador Witkoff returns, and we have a chance to all convene and talk about it. And obviously, the President is the ultimate decider on next steps for the United States. Okay.
Mr. Secretary, do you trust Putin?
I think it's an irrelevant question. I think in foreign policy, it's not about trusting, it's about action. It's about things that you do. So in the end, on something like this, you can't just say you want peace, you have to do peace. And that's true for both sides in any conflict. So in any war and any engagement. So I think ultimately all these things, I would just encourage you guys, if we're going to be serious about foreign policy, to sort of navigate away from some of this is not a reality show. This is not about personalities. This is very simple. You either do things or you don't. There are things you are doing and things you're not doing. And that's what foreign policy is driven by, and that's how our decisions should be driven by. So unfortunately, in foreign policy, oftentimes you will have to work with, I'm not talking about President Putin in particular, I'm talking about generally, you will have to work with people you don't like in foreign policy. And oftentimes you will have disagreements with people you like. Sometimes you will have to figure out how to work together with nations that are not aligned with you on most issues. And in some other cases, you may find yourself unaligned on an issue with a nation that you work with very closely on a bunch of other things. That's not just now true today. That has been true throughout the history of mankind and certainly the relations between nation states. So I think it's important. I get there's this temptation to cover foreign policy the way we cover domestic policy and the way we cover other things in our society. But foreign policy is about nation states pursuing what they have interpreted to be in their national interest. And balancing that is what the art of diplomacy and the work of foreign policy is all about. And so we need to sort of be mature and open-eyed and realistic without losing our idealism, without losing, what we hope the world will look like and want to shape it and be a part of. But by the same token, we have to make pragmatic decisions every single day, and that's not true today. That's always been true. Always.
Secretary, do you have any top lines from Mr. Witkoff? This was a late meeting. It went hours long. Is there anything that he shared? And then when you do examine the Russian position, that the comments by President Putin were quite convoluted and tough to decipher. I wonder if you think that he's playing for time.
Well, I think you're not going to – this is not something that's going to play out in press conferences. as I stand at a press conference. But this is, these, again, I go back to the point I just made. When you want, if you think about the most recent example of ceasefire negotiations, which was what happened in Gaza and with Israel and so forth, yeah, there were newspaper and there were articles and there was news stories about it, but ultimately you found out what the results were after the fact. And in the meantime, you saw public statements from different sides in regards to what they were going to do. I think this will be no different. So certainly, we're not going to make our foreign policy decisions on the basis of what a leader simply says at a press conference or somebody puts up on a social media post because there's some blogger close to the Kremlin or something like that. And likewise, I don't think they're going to do that either. So I would just say that this is going to play out the way things of this nature and caliber have traditionally and normally play out, and that is with the leaders of the countries involved speaking, not in front of the cameras, not in front of the media, but in these negotiations that happen and in these talks that happen. So I'm not going to comment on what President Putin said, other than he said he agreed with it in concept. So,
with lots of reservations.
Well, again, he said that at a press conference. As I said, and I go back to the phrase I used earlier, I think there is reason for cautious optimism that something good could come of this. Obviously, we're going to wait for Ambassador Witkoff to return. He's not back yet. We're going to reconvene. Obviously, I spoke to him late last night. He spoke to the president well before that. He may have spoken to other members of our team. I've been here. But ultimately, we're going to reconvene, and the president will have options available to him, and decisions will be made after that. But I don't want to speculate or characterize anything beyond what I've just said until we have had a chance to sit down with Ambassador Witkoff, who's still overseas and in travel.
Can I just follow up on that point then, Mr. Secretary, because when on the way here you said you were seeking an unconditional acceptance. I mean, clearly Mr. Putin is adding a whole series of conditions, and also the president says this should be...
Well, how do you know he's adding conditions?
From what he said publicly.
Well, I go back to the point I made. Let's let this thing play through, okay? And then let's figure out what... Let me at least talk to... Let's the team get together on the state side of this and talk to Ambassador Witkoff and go through some of this. Again, we're not going to be involved in this process where I'm being asked to stake a position of U.S. policy on the basis of what someone said at a press conference yesterday. So we're going to work through this thing in a normal, sane fashion. We'll figure out where we are based on what I know at this moment with my conversation with Ambassador Witkoff. He's not here yet. I feel like there's reason for cautious optimism. I think the president shared that today in his Truth Social post. But there's a lot of work. No, I have never told anybody that this is going to be easy, fast, simple, slam dunk. It'll be hard, but it's important work. We are a better place today, I hope, I believe, we have reason to believe, than we were a week ago. But we still have a long ways to go. It could come together pretty quickly if everyone aligns, but I don't know how aligned we are yet. That's what we're about to find out. So cautious optimism is about the best phraseology I could use at this moment. Based on what we know, we're going to keep working on it.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that you...
I'll get to everybody.
But it's just the fundamental element of the president's proposal was it should be an immediate ceasefire.
Sure, and that's the proposal.
How long does Putin have?
Well, in terms of long for what?
How long does... Because there are those who say he's playing for time, but this is... adding conditions,
Well, this war's been going on for 3 years. So I think the question, and with no end in sight at this point, without this intervention by President Trump. So I think the question is, is the fundamental question really is not how long. I think the question is, are we actually moving towards a ceasefire, or is this a delay tactic? I'm not going to answer that because I can't characterize that for you right now. I think we'll know sooner rather than later, and a lot of that will be based on the conversation Ambassador Witkoff had yesterday and other factors that are in play. But we're not there yet, but we will get there. We want it to be, the president wanted it to be yesterday and the day before. But we're certainly at least talking about peace for the first time in 3 years. Now we'll have to figure out how close we truly are, and that's going to take some time. And Witkoff's not here yet, so here meaning stateside.
Mr. Secretary, the joint statement says that there is a need for robust and credible security arrangements for Ukraine. How would you define that based on your conversations here at the G7? What are robust and credible security arrangements?
Well, that's to be determined by the negotiations. Here's what I want to encourage everybody to do. Bifurcate two things, okay? The ceasefire and the conditions for everybody to stop shooting at each other. What will it take to get everybody to stop shooting at each other? And then moving to a negotiating table on settling the war with finality. Two separate processes. Process number one is, what do we need from both sides in order to stop the shooting and the fighting? so that you can get to a negotiating table. That's the second phase. As part of that second phase, there will obviously be every country in the world has a right to security, has a right to defend itself, has a right to protect its territory. That will have to be part of that conversation. And it will have to be something that involves not simply the views of the United States, but other countries that are involved in that. I've repeated this over and over again. The European Union has imposed significant sanctions on the Russian Federation and on individuals inside of Russia. So they will have to be consulted and they'll have to be engaged in this process and so forth. So let's not predetermine or start putting everything ahead of itself here. The process of what long-term security means for Ukraine, that will be something that Ukraine will obviously have to agree with, and that will have to be worked through as part of that second phase. But we can't get to the second phase till we get through the first phase. We think it's very difficult to negotiate lasting peace and security in the midst of a all-out war. And so we have to try to lower that so that it makes it possible to move to phase 2 of this.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that you issued a little while ago also notes that the G7 discussed ways to impose costs on Russia should that become necessary, to include caps on oil prices, additional support for Ukraine using seized sovereign Russian assets. Was there, but it said it discussed them, you didn't agree on them. Is there any agreement within the G7 on these particular measures, just what they should be in what order and what might trigger them, and why did you discuss them if you're so cautiously optimistic?
Well, first of all, they were raised because the Europeans have their own set of sanctions and new ones they would like to impose. And certainly the United States is not a member of the EU. We don't have a vote at the EU. And so whatever they determine and decide to do, we can't control it. They ask us for our input, we'll give it to them, but that's not what's happening right now. So yes, it was discussed. As far as U.S. sanctions are concerned, the President's made clear, the President on 2 occasions in the past week has reminded everybody that the U.S. has these options available to it, but he doesn't want to do that right now because he's in the hopes of attracting people, both sides, to a process where we can negotiate peace. And I'll leave it at that. There really is nothing to add to that at this point.
Mr. Secretary,
go ahead. Hold on one second. Yes.
Reaffirmed unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, which has been largely absent in various U.S. statements since January 20th. What led you to subscribe to this time?
But that's not a change in public policy. The United States has never said that Russia, I've never heard President Trump say that Russia has a right to take all of Ukraine and do whatever they want there. So that's not inconsistent with that statement. That is separate from the issue we face today. And that is that as it stands today, there is a war going on that has no military solution to it. Neither Russia nor Ukraine can achieve its maximalist military aims. The only way to end this war is through a process of negotiations. Negotiations, be it in business, in commerce, or in geopolitics, involves both sides giving something, both sides making concessions. That's just obvious. I'm not saying, I don't think that should be sort of a news-making statement. That's the reality of any conversations that exist in order to end wars, is that there has to be some level of concessions. What those concessions are remains to be seen. That'll have to be part of the negotiation. But it's not going to be helpful to enter into those negotiations making blanket statements that may give an excuse for one side or the other not to participate in it. So we'll have to get to that stage where these things are discussed, and ultimately both sides, whatever happens, both sides will have to agree to it. And that's true of any negotiation when you're trying to end a war.
Mr. Secretary, understanding your point about this not being a reality show or personalities, Ukraine or anything else for that matter, your boss has, shall we say, a rather strong personality. And I'm wondering, in light of that and his repeated comments about Canada becoming, or should be, the 51st state, the whole tariff situation, which intensified as we were on our way here after the big announcement in Jeddah, did that complicate your discussions at all? Was it?
Never came up once. I mean, obviously with the foreign minister of Canada it has, but it was not a topic, it was not on our agenda. I told you that would not be discussed. Tariffs were. Yeah. So let me explain on the tariffs. This is important for everybody to understand. This keeps being characterized as a hostile move against our allies. These are global tariffs on steel, on aluminum, on autos, on semiconductors. Eventually, the president stated this, and then in April, the intention to put tariffs, assuming that the study comes back and so forth. But what they've discussed is a global reciprocal tariff. Understand what that means. That means basically whatever some country charges us, that's what we're going to charge them. The goal the president has made very clear is he wants to reset the baseline of international trade, which he believes and I agree, is unfair to the United States. This is not meant as a hostile move against Japan or Germany or anybody else. This is not about, this is about balancing and fairness in trade. So he wants to reset the baseline, and once that baseline is reset, then you can enter into bilateral negotiations with individual countries about changes that can be made to our trade, our bilateral trade, so that it's fair for both sides. That's his goal. In his first administration, the president did tariffs as well. What he was disturbed by in hindsight is the fact that they included a bunch of exemptions that basically made them meaningless. And so what he wants to get back to is basically fairness in trade. It's as simple as that. Okay. We want to charge other countries what they charge us. And then ultimately, once the baseline is reset, and then in addition to that, there are industries that are critical to the United States and to our domestic security and our future. And he's identified them: steel, aluminum, semiconductors, automobiles. These are things that we believe are in our interest to have a domestic capacity, and we have to protect these industries from what we feel is subsidization and unfair competition from abroad. This is not meant to be hostile towards anybody. It is meant to be friendly and supportive of our of our national interest as a country. Once the baseline of trade is reset in a way that's fair and equitable, then we can engage in the process of bilateral negotiations with individual countries, including our allies, to set up a more sustainable and fair long-term trade arrangement between our respective countries.
So, Mr. Secretary, the President and your meeting with Foreign Minister Joby, do you understand why the Canadians are taking such umbrage at these comments coming from the President? Is that something?
The Canadian government has made their position, how they feel about it, clear. The President has made his argument as to why he thinks Canada would be better off joining the United States for economic purposes. There's a disagreement between the President's position and the position of the Canadian government. I don't think that's a mystery coming in, and it wasn't a topic of conversation because that's not what the summit was about.
Mr. Secretary, you said that the tariff policy was not hostile. However, President Trump yesterday in his social media post said that the EU previously had been hostile and abusive towards the United States. How do you square that? And secondly, is he serious when he's talking about the 51st state being Canada?
Well, I've already answered the question about Canada.
And is he serious? Do you take him seriously?
We're not discussing that here today because that's not what the purpose of this meeting was about. As far as the question that you're asking me about hostility, you look at the EU. Okay, the EU has a GDP basically comparable to that of the United States. The composition of their economy is similar to ours. These are not developing countries, these are developed countries. And yet they have a significant trade surplus with the United States, even though our economies are pretty much the same. These are not low-wage countries. That's a problem. All the President is saying is we need to equalize treatment. Whatever they do to us, we need to do to them, in addition to pointing to certain sectors that we have to protect. Who can argue against the idea that if some country charges us X to export our products, we should charge them the same? I get it. If you're a country or the EU that's benefiting from the status quo, you feel it is hostile to change the status quo because it's to your benefit. The problem is the President of the United States is looking out for the United States, both in national security and in economic relations. We will reset the basis of our trade relationship, and then we can enter into negotiations for something that's enduring and fair to both sides. That's what the President seeks to do, and that's what it begins by resetting, at a reciprocal way, the amount of tariffs we charge one another in our trade relations.
Mr. Secretary, I take your 1798. If I can follow up, Mr. Secretary, I know that we're not speaking about Canada becoming the 51st state at this meeting, but I'm asking you now, do you consider what the President has said about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is he serious?
You know, I'll tell you how that came about, okay? He's in a meeting with Trudeau, and Trudeau basically says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada couldn't survive as a nation state, at which point the President said, well, then you should become a state. And that's where this began. That said, the President has made an argument for why. He says he loves Canada. He says he made an argument for why Canada would be better off joining the United States from an economic perspective and the like. He's made that argument repeatedly, and I think it stands for itself.
But is it counterproductive?
The Trump administration is expected to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. I have to dust that off. A lot of people not familiar with it. Can you help us understand how the Trump administration plans to use these powers?
Well, those are that's a question for DHS. It's not a question for us. What I can tell you is, from our perspective, unrelated to that, is that we will continue to look for people that we would never have allowed into this country on student visas had we known they were going to do what they've done. But now that they've done it, we're going to get rid of them. And we are continuing to look for that. And so in the days to come, you should expect more visas will be revoked as we identify people that we should never have allowed in because they lied to us. When they said they were coming here to be students, they didn't say they were coming here to occupy university buildings and vandalize them and tear them apart and have campuses hostage. If they had told us that, we would never have given them a student visa. Now that they've done it, we will revoke those visas. And as the days go on, every time we have a chance to revoke them, we will, because it's not in the national interest of the United States for them to be here. So let's wrap up, guys, so we can get on.
The G7's joint statement has some very strong language on China. Could you please describe the sentiment of the discussion behind closed door? And also, do you have anything on a potential meeting between President Trump and CCP Secretary General Xi Jinping? Would that be in China or in the United States? Thank you.
Well, I think the president at some point will meet. They will meet. I don't know when that'll be. I don't believe there are any plans currently for that to happen, but I'm sure it will happen at some point. The president engaged with him in his first term, and I expect he will do so again, and he should. These are the leaders of two big, important, powerful countries, and the leaders of powerful countries, whether they agree on things or not, should communicate for the safety and well-being of the world. As far as the statement is concerned, I think it reflects a growing acknowledgement that the Chinese Communist Party has pursued both economic and foreign policies that allow them to benefit from all the good things about the global order, but ignore all of its responsibilities in ways that leave us in danger of being, not just us, but the broader world, of being overly dependent on China for critical supply chains, for rare earth minerals, for key technologies. In the case of Europe, you'll continue to hear a lot of frustration on their part that Chinese overproduction, for example, of electric vehicles are dumped into their economies. And so guess what they have done? They have imposed tariffs. You know what Canada did? They've imposed tariffs on China as well, because that's what countries do when they feel like they're being treated unfairly in trade and commerce. And we support them in doing that. We think that was the right choice in their regard. And we've imposed tariffs on China as well. All right.
Is there an offer?
Who had a comment?
Rubio,
yes, sir.
Would the U.S. be open to an agreement with Hamas to get American hostages released separate from the Israeli hostages, like including Don Alexander?
Well, I think our priority always, as the U.S. government, is always that we care about all the hostages. We want all the hostages released. We believe they should all be released. Okay? We talk about hostages. We're also talking about bodies. Okay? And these trades are being made, and they're ridiculous trades. We're talking about 400 people for 3. These are nuts. And on top of that, you see the condition these people are being released in. So this is think about what we're talking about here. I mean, we're sitting around as the world sort of accepting that it's normal and okay for you to go into a place, kidnap babies, kidnap teenagers, kidnap people that have nothing to do with any wars, that are not soldiers, that are not anything, and taking them and putting them in tunnels for almost a year and a half. And we're acting like if this is a normal exchange, this is a normal thing that happens. This is an outrage. So they should all be released. So I'm not going to comment on what we're going to accept or not accept, other than all of us. The whole world should continue to say that what Hamas has done is outrageous. It's ridiculous. It's sick. It's disgusting. It should never have happened. And we shouldn't accept it as normal, as a normal negotiation. We're just dealing with some savages. That's it. These are bad people. Terrible people, and we need to treat them as such. But that said, we want all the hostages out.
Is there an off-ramp for this trade war?
Mr. Secretary, there was a report that was required of the State Department as one of the first executive orders asking for countries to be identified that had insufficient vetting. Has that report gone over to the White House yet?
I'm sure you mean we had a deadline to meet that. I'm sure we've met the deadline, but I have to take that back, and we can get you an answer for that specifically.
Is there an off-ramp for the trade war, Mr. Secretary?
About territorial integrity.
About what?
Territorial integrity for
you already
Ukraine.
asked that,
Yeah. So you said that Ukraine would have to make concessions both sides.
So will Russia, right?
What is your description of territorial integrity when it comes to Ukraine? Is it pre-
Guys, again, that's what we're going to have. Let's please. I get it, but let me just put it to you this way. There's 2 processes here. Process number 1 is how can we get shooting to stop? Because we think it's very difficult to negotiate peace while there's still shooting going on and attacks. What can we do to get that to stop to the extent possible? How can we get as much hostility as possible to stop so we can get to phase 2 of this process, which is negotiating these things that you're asking me about? I'm just stating the obvious. When people sit down and negotiate and end the wars, there's usually a give and take. What that give and take is depends on the parties that are at the table. We're not going to predetermine anything, but that's what's going to take to end the war. If there's an off-ramp on the trade, it's not about an off-ramp on the trade. There's not a trade war. This is the United States is resetting its trade relations globally, okay, and resetting relations globally to a level of equilibrium, to a level of reciprocity. And then once that's reset, we can then engage in the process of bilateral talks with Japan, with the UK, with France, with Germany, with the EU, whoever, to figure out, okay, how do we reset our trade relations so that it's fair? Because right now it's not fair. It's as simple as that. That president has stated that repeatedly. And so these are the steps that it takes to get us to that point. You can't, if you do it the other way, which is let's renegotiate, or why would they renegotiate their trade relationship with the United States if the status quo is beneficial to them? Why would someone give up something that's good for them? You have to make it fair, and then you can negotiate out, how do we get to a place that's mutually beneficial? Because the current piece of it is just not sustainable. All right?
How's your relationship with Elon Musk?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Live show. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. All right. What do we have here? $132. All right. So people are asking, like, why is the oil price, gas price, going down already? It is going down already, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Everybody knows crude oil is a global trade. It is traded globally. All right. So supply and demand is the main factor that affects the pricing. So, but overall, the price of oil is going down. Inflation is going down. Price of groceries is going down. So you gotta put some respect on this man's name, man. He said he was gonna do it, and he did it. He said he was gonna do it, and he did it. I'm gonna bring down the price of eggs. Boom. I'm gonna bring down the price of oil, gas. Boom. Done. I'm gonna shut down the border, secure the border. Boom. Done. It's incredible. I'm gonna end the wars. I'm gonna bring back the hostages. Boom. Done. Come on, y'all. Stop playing with Trump. Stop playing with the OG. All right? Can we both agree on that? Stop playing with the OG. So it's looking like Putin is definitely gonna agree to the peace ceasefire deal. And once he does, they're gonna have to give Trump a Nobel Peace Prize because there's no way this man has been ending wars, ending conflicts, protecting nations, making deals, creating wealth. So there's just no way. Okay. There's no way he wouldn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. But, anything is possible. They probably won't give him just because his name is Trump. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think about Elon Musk with Doge? is losing a lot of money and is making a lot of money as well. All right, let's do this one. Let's do this one. All right, John Kennedy, for sure.
I want to talk about is less pleasant. But I don't mean it to be divisive. I don't.
So right here, John Kennedy speaks about the trans men or women in women's sport, and it's like protect the women. But listen to this; he makes a lot of sense.
There's a lady by the name of Laurel Libby. Laurel Libby. She happens to be from Maine. I love Maine. Beautiful, beautiful state. She's in the state legislature. And by all accounts, Ms. Libby is a very talented, accomplished legislator. She has beliefs, as we all do. And one of her beliefs is that it is unfair to allow women are allowed to play women's sports. And she has said so. In fact, she put up a Facebook post. And the Facebook post highlighted a transgender athlete who one year placed 5th, I think, in the pole vault, and then transitioned into he placed 5th as a male athlete, but then transgendered or transformed into or transitioned is what I'm trying to say, into a transgender woman and competed at the state level and came in first. She came in first. So when this individual was a biological male and competing, the biological male came in 5th in the state competition. The biological male transitioned into a transgender female and was allowed to participate by the officials in Maine in the pole vault in women's sports and came in first. Well, Ms. Libby thought that was really unfair, and so she posted a picture of the athlete, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, and currently when she has now become a transgender woman. She posted the picture. She didn't put any name, any phone numbers, any addresses, or any of that. She posted the picture of the athlete side by side before transitioning after. And here's what she said. We've learned that just 1 year ago, John, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, was competing in boys pole vault. That's when he had his 5th place finish. And then she went on to say, so all of this transpired in the last year with the full blessing of the Maine Principals Association. 2 years ago, she wrote, John tied for 5th place in boys pole vault. Tonight, John, now Katie, because John is transitioned into a transgender woman, tonight, Katie won 1st place in the girls' Maine State Class B Championship. And Ms. Libby thought that was unfair. And so do many Americans. So do I, frankly. Well, Ms. Libby's in the state legislature. And her colleagues, Democrats, who are entitled to their opinion as much as Ms. Libby, who is a Republican, is entitled to hers, they got very angry. They wanted to throw her out. They wanted to throw Ms. Libby out of the Maine legislature. They wanted to expel her, but they couldn't do it because that takes a 2/3 vote. So they said, we're not going to expel her. we're going to censor her. That only takes a majority vote. But in censoring her, which they only needed Democratic votes to do, they added conditions that Ms. Libby could no longer vote and could no longer participate in any legislative committees. I guess she just has to sit there. Well, that disenfranchises the constituents that Ms. Libby represents. And frankly, they kind of went through the back door when they should have gone through the front door in a transparent way. I'm not here to try to meddle in the Maine state legislature. Let me say it again, I love Maine. I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And the way they handle their local politics is none of my business. That's not why I'm here. But I am here to say what Ms. Libby did, let me put it another way. Ms. Libby's belief about the fairness of transgender women participating in women's sports is based on science. It is. You may disagree with the science, and you may disagree with her, and if you do, you're entitled to do that. But Ms. Libby didn't just pluck this point of view out of thin air. A lot of Americans agree with her. I think most Americans think that, when you're 18 years of age, you're an adult, this is America, you can do anything you want to do, as long as it's not illegal or doesn't hurt somebody else. You can be whomever you want to be. You can dress however you want to dress. You can't run around naked, but in terms of your dress, you can express yourself however you want if you're 18. And I think most Americans don't have a problem with that. So long as it's perfectly legal, I don't. But when you're under 18, you're a minor, adults get to make decisions because you're a minor, duh. I also think that the American people have worked very hard through their elected representatives to try to lift up women's sports in America. We've worked very hard and spent a lot of y'all's money lifting up women's sports so that women can be treated equally with men. And I also think, through no one's fault, I started to say only through God's fault, but I'm not going to criticize God's decisions. Through nobody's fault. If you believe in God, it was a decision by God. If you just believe in nature, it was a decision by nature. Men and women are different. And men have a physical advantage over women. And if you allow a male, no matter how the male identifies, to compete with a woman in women's sports, particularly when you're under 18, the male's going to win every single time. That's not just speculation. That's not just common sense. That's science. The ACLU, which believes that transgender women, biological males who transition into transgender women, they say it's a fact that trans girls are girls. And the ACLU and other activists have also said that it's a myth. They call it a myth that transgender female athletes, like Katie, formerly John, they say it's a myth that transgender female athletes have a physical advantage over girls. They're wrong. This is wrong. You don't need a graduate degree in anatomy to know that. I mean, those claims are specious. Medical science and athletic data both demonstrate that the difference is obvious and that males, no matter how they identify, have a significant advantage over females in girls' sports. Even before birth, when the baby is in a mother's womb, this is a scientific fact, baby boys begin developing different hormones and skeletal structures than baby girls that help them outperform girls when they're older. That's just a fact. We can say we wish it weren't. I'm fine with it. Some people say, well, that's bad. Well, take it up with nature. Take it up with God. But it's a natural fact. When that baby's in the womb, testosterone exposure for that baby boy alters his brain development. That improves that baby boy's motor skills and increases that baby boy's aggression vis-a-vis a baby girl. Both motor skills and aggression give that baby boy, when that baby boy grows up, an advantage over a girl in women's sports. Boys, the science also shows, they go through what's called a mini puberty. Still a baby boy in the mother's womb. The baby boy experiences a mini puberty, is what the scientists call it, right before birth, that helps a baby boy, once that baby boy is born, to gain weight faster than if he were a baby girl. And that ultimately is why boys tend to be taller than girls once they're born, on average, later in life. Now, the differences between boys and girls, again, this is a law of nature, or a law of God, depending on what you believe. The differences between boys and girls explode during puberty. I mean, I've got a single child. He's a grown man now, but I remember puberty. I learned during puberty that reasoning, there's nothing wrong with teenagers, that reasoning with them will not aggravate. That's just also a law of nature, I think. But boys and girls, the differences between them explode during puberty. Boys develop 14% larger hearts when they go through puberty, and 12% larger lungs. So boy versus girl, the boy's heart is going to be 14% bigger and the lungs 12% larger. An obvious advantage in sports. That helps boys take in oxygen and pump blood more efficiently than girls can. That's just a fact. And that gives them a clear edge in endurance sports: running, cycling, rowing, basketball. Girls also, during puberty and afterwards, develop a wider pelvis. This decreases the amount of force their legs exert when they're lifting, or when a girl is kicking, or a girl is pedaling, which also puts a girl, as an act of nature, at a relative disadvantage when you compare female athletes to male athletes. Boys during puberty and after puberty, on the other hand, they develop broader shoulders than girls. I think we know that. When they develop those broader shoulders, that makes space for upper body muscle mass. It is hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio, and boys have a higher muscle to fat ratio. It is just a scientific fact. It's hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio is not helpful. The average boy will also grow, again, scientific fact, 5 inches taller than the average girl. And even when men and women are the same height, men have higher levels of bone density, which helps them move more forcefully and escape more injuries. And that, I mean, you don't again, boys just have a physical advantage over girls, and we see it in everyday life. Top-ranked, well, let me put it another way. In 2016, there was an American sprinter. She was a great athlete, is a great athlete. Her name is Allison Felix. She won an Olympic gold medal in the women's 400-meter race, ran a hell of a race. She came in first. A year later, 285 teenage boys in America beat her time. She was the best in her class in the world as a female, but 285 guys in high school beat her time. Don't take my word for it. That's a study that was done by Duke University. The year she won the gold medal, there were 4,300 male athletes in America who clocked faster times in the 400 meters than she did. I don't want to belabor this, but I think you can see why Ms. Libby feels that it is unfair to women to allow biological males who have transitioned into a woman to compete in men's sports. It's not only unfair, it's dangerous. And again, I don't speak for Ms. Libby, but this is what I think she had on her mind when she exercised her First Amendment rights. I'll give you some examples. In May, a couple of years ago, a high school volleyball player in North Carolina, she's a female, she sued her state's high school athletics association. Why? Because they allowed a transgender player to play against her, and the transgender female, biological male, transgender female, spiked the ball in her face, gave her a concussion, long-term physical injuries, long-term mental injuries. Last October, a high school senior in California suffered a season-ending concussion after a transgender volleyball player spiked the ball, hit her in the face during the game, and it ended her final season of high school volleyball. Now, last February, a girls' basketball team in Massachusetts, they forfeited a game after a transgender athlete injured 3 female players in a single game. The biological male who had transitioned into a transgender woman was allowed to play in the basketball game and took 3 of the female players out. And so the rest of the team said, no mas. And the coach said, nope, I'm not going to let my players get hurt. They forfeited the game. I raised this, Madam President, not to denigrate anyone. I'm going to say it again. When you're an adult, in America, you can be whomever you want to be. And, about 90% of my personal philosophy is don't hurt someone unless you have to defend yourself. Don't take other people's stuff, and leave me alone, because that's my right as an American. And I sort of feel that way about everybody. But we're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about nature. And we're talking about fairness in women's sports. And we're talking about women getting hurt. And that's why I think Ms. Libby is right. It's fundamentally unfair because, if for no other reason, acts of God or nature or whatever you want to call it, boys are different from girls when it comes to athletics. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I want to do about it, but some people do. Ms. Libby has sued in Maine and said that her constitutional rights are being violated. I think she's right. I'm not going to try to advise her judge how to rule. But I can't say whether her constitutional rights are being violated or not. But I can tell you this. Common sense and the laws of nature, or the laws of God, if you please, are certainly being violated. Because female young women are fundamentally different from male young boys. And that's just a natural fact.
There you have it. Bring back Christianity. Bring back the love of God. Bring back common sense. Okay. All right. With that being said, you guys are the best. We will be back here in about 3 hours or 4 hours, but God bless you guys. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself and never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in God. Okay. I love you guys. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is $4.99. And all right. See y'all. Have a wonderful night. Stay tuned. All right. God bless you. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members. You guys protect the homeland. God bless you. See you soon.